Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. Hope you all have had a wonderful week. Yes, here we all are. Before we get on with the broadcast tonight, as always, we do need to cover a few things. And the first of these new things that we need to cover today is from us. Yes, so as you may have seen last week, we announced our merch store. There is now a link to it in our panels in the About section of this Twitch, or in the description of your YouTube video if you're watching. But today I get to show off some of the new nice Component Cast merch. For example, there's these lightweight hoodies. What else is there? Oh yeah, there's posters. Look at this thing.
Wow.
Look, I'm having a whale of a time.
My girl looks good.
You gotta lift it so you can see Velma. Oh, sexy boy.
We have these lovely new posters. I foolishly went for the largest size possible for this and Trakoga. There is a Trakoga poster on the store as well.
Foolishly?
It's for the fact that now I have to...
right now is that you've got your camera like flipped over, so the text there is reversed.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, there's that. And I do have other bits and bobs around somewhere, but I also renovated my office this week. Also, my camera is lagging, so give me 2 seconds here. Yeah, that should be the thing. But yes, you can get Component Cast merch now on the merch store. And if you are outside of Europe, do give us some feedback on the store, because if it is too pricey for the US audience, we will look at trying to get a US store as well. Products may vary in a US store, but we will look into that if necessary. But until then, we're going to keep it as it is. Next up tonight, we also have the wonderful people over at Sirenscape, who provide us sounds and the ability to send sounds across the airwaves to our players for these games. We use Sirenscape every week to play music for everyone. They're all probably going to look at me confused right now, because Sirenscape isn't actually playing for them right now, so that's a bit bad. But Sirenscape has multiple sound sets that again get you started for free. You can just find out more either via the Sirenscape app on your smartphone or Android device or tablet, or you can go to www.sirenscape.com and find out more. They've got some brilliant sounds, and they really bring your atmosphere and your table to life, if that's the kind of thing you want. But without further ado, our little sponsor segment over, I think it's time for tonight's broadcast. And we're back. So, apologies there for the random corruption that seems to have occurred. But who would like to give us a recap for this week?
I gave one to Roach this morning. Might as well do another one.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, after successfully slaughtering the revealed topaz dragon, and its corpse fell to the earth below. We went to go harvest our resources and maybe make up with some fine money afterwards, much to the chagrin of the farmer below. Ruby was very nice to him, polite, no issues in that regard whatsoever. Everything went smoothly. Everything's handled that way. So with that, we went back to Retchen and delivered the missive to the king, or excuse me, the duke. And turns out the Ladrin Empire is declaring war on everybody in Longreach, not just Legrin's Land or the Reigning Empire. They also declared it on Nardafell. That was a surprise to everybody, but not a welcome one to be sure. Gourd was promptly thrown into prison, state security reasons, although the Skyfire argued on his behalf, and so did Joanna, who I guess also qualifies as Skyfire. But anyway, we got him out under the pretense that he would not be going to any government buildings while within the city. We sold the remains of the Topaz Dragon and made out with some pretty decent money, which allowed us to finance and upgrade the crew and lodgings of the Skyfire. And we were spent a good chunk of the time debating logistics, but also where we were going to go next. And it was determined that if we were going to find the source of these dragon attacks, it'd probably be a good place to go to the place where dragons happen to be a big thing. So we were setting our destination for Atria, but Ruby also argued for a pit stop in Othrae because her home city, is right across the water from the Ladrin Empire, across the Bay of Gold. And I believe we were all in Retchen getting ready to depart.
Yes. So with the newfound cash influx from your dragon defeat, you have recrewed the Skyfire to a standard capacity, of which we have also provided some new officers to the crew, which Zep and a few others have presided over. They've spent most of the day interviewing people. They've basically taken over a corner of one of the taverns in the dock area, and Marcus and Zep and Braun have been poring over candidates, and the crew has seen an influx of interesting individuals join. Was there anything anyone else wanted to do at this moment in time?
I believe Zedaar said that he wanted to also be a part of the interview process.
Yes. That's correct. But basically, you have one-ish day before you said you wanted to set off. So I'm just basically checking, or do we want to skip to the flight or the beginning of your journey?
There was one other thing that I think we should do, just because I know that, Mitch, you like paperwork. We should formally bring Gourd onto our Skyfire register.
Oh, absolutely. Yep, you can do that, no problem. Onto the Adventuring Company register, or under the crew manifest?
Adventuring Company register, I'd imagine. Depending on how the others feel. Depending on whether Gourd wants to.
Yeah, that's another thing. Gourd. I guess that's up to you.
You were being drafted. Please do not resist.
I guess, Zep, if you would like to pose to Gourd the question.
So we have had a few troubles in the past with paperwork, and for things to move as smoothly as they can, it might be wise for you to join Skyfire formally, so you can be on the register. Or if you would prefer not to be quite so official, maybe on the crew instead.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Oh no, that was a Macaulay Culkin like face grab there.
We still can't hear you.
It's Pictionary. We're going to do Pictionary the whole time. One word, 2 syllables.
Sounds like.
Sounds like a yes.
Still nothing? Still nothing? Ah, dear. The technical difficulties of the audio.
Looks. Damn it! That was what I was gonna say.
Gotcha. I think Gus got his tongue.
Yeah, it's such a dad joke.
We'll come back to that.
Well, yeah, we'll come back to this. Darius, what are you doing?
Well, I'm assuming Darius is just like he's got a glass of water in front of him inside of a bar, and he's just coming out of a fugue state. He doesn't know.
Hangover from his water.
He doesn't know where he is.
That topaz dragon fucked you up.
Yeah, I'm still damaged. I'm assuming it's the same day because I'm still got the HP damage.
I'd imagine we'd have slept.
You haven't slept yet. No, you came straight back. You took a short rest. You came straight back on the flight, and you've spoken to the thing, and it is still that sort of day because you got back just after lunch, and then it's been, we need to leave the city. War is coming.
Yeah. It might also help, Gourd. You're muted on Discord right now. I think, or no, you.
No, that was his. Definitely.
Got it. Where are we?
Well, you're in Wretchin. We're in Wretchin, the capital of Legoran's land.
Okay, back here again. Oh, well, we got something. But
We got
I think
game
it's your
sound.
Omni mic. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing the stream.
That might be the laptop mic or something. No, Darius is probably, since I'm assuming all the money went directly to the hiring of the hirelings, none was actually passed out to everybody else.
No,
So,
for the hirelings, the supplies, and their salaries for a while.
for a while. Got it. Were we low on money for that? Was there like anything? Because
We spent most of what we got from the Duke on the ship itself.
We also invested in getting a merchant with some cargo, so hopefully we'll have some turnover as we go from port to port. We kind of said, let's just automate that bit so we don't need to worry about it, but we should manage at least some upkeep.
Yeah, we made it so we could hand wave the upkeep of the ship. So now
Here we go. There's something Darius can do because he has one job in life. So there's a war, apparently, a world war essentially happening right now, and he's a mercenary. So can I make a check to see like the biggest hotspots I expect, so we could like figure out where we're going to get the most bang for the buck if we decide we want to.
Sure, that's not difficult. I don't think I'll even make you roll due to your history. No, obviously it will depend what happens with the conflict, but the last 4 wars of between the Eladrin Empire and the Iranian Empire basically have done a major back and forth on their 2 border states on that sort of middle peninsula where the border is. There's essentially a massive no man's land between the 2 nations there, in like the marshlands there, and it tends to be and it's also very well fortified on both sides. There's 2 major strongholds, Castle Cullis and Noxodanis, that like twin towers-esque face off against each other. And yeah, so many mercenaries like flock to the nearby towns there to get pulled up. But also shipping routes. Shipping routes will be your major will be a major money grab because there is so many contested waters in the Bay of Gold.
Right. Okay.
What would my family's history be with the previous conflicts? Would they have taken part with them being sort of a march of the Eladrin Empire?
Your family would have been expected to provide a certain amount of troops to the Eladrin army and knights to the Eladrin army in the past. However, due to your marcher status and your protecting other borders, so to speak, you wouldn't have given as many as, say, a duke whose land was above ground. But quite a lot of like the local populace would often volunteer.
Okay. Dart's gonna make a list of the top 5 primary locations where he expects there to be open contracts, and then crosses out the top 2 because he doesn't want to meet his family. So take the third, 3, 4, and 5 are the ones we'll shoot for.
Well, the thing is with how these conflicts tend to go, because basically anyone can get hired everywhere and then gets pulled to this one sort of bloodbath no man's land that everyone essentially fights in. So
cool. So Dart's gonna he gets through that
PvP area of the MMO server.
yeah, it's the wieldy. It's if anyone.
It's the faction conflict zone.
Yeah.
It's Cyrodiil and in that game, I forget.
Oblivion.
Isn't Cyrodiil the middle of the
Elder Scrolls.
the middle of-
Yes, so.
Cyrodiil is dedicated to being the overworld PvP area.
Yeah, there we go. Elder Scrolls Online. Dart's gonna go through that for a bit, kind of keep thinking about it, and then at some point he's just gonna scrunch up the paper and toss it because he doesn't have a plan, and he's
I will say
useless.
that was the one opinion we didn't get, the one thing that was significant for you not being here. When we were basically living a decision, when the Duke basically said, "Hey, we need you all to be independent. We don't want you to volunteer for our side. We want you to basically fuck off and not sign up to fight war with us." What would have been Darius's opinion on that? Would he have been a vote for the no, we should sign in to do the work for you, or should we just independence
For Legarin's land?
thing? Yes.
No, he doesn't care. This is a nice place and everything like that, but he is a mercenary at heart.
That was the consensus we seemed to reach, but we wanted to get the actual confirmation.
He likes these people, but if he was paid a substantial sum of gold, he would take part in a campaign against them. Unwillingly, but it's money.
So yeah.
It's business. What do you want?
Shane, how you doing with your mic? You good? Like clearly still working on things.
Say something. See if we can hear you.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's
Yeah, we
making
can.
utterances, but
Yeah.
there's nothing's coming through. So maybe try restarting Discord, because I'm assuming what's happening right now is that it's not recognizing default microphone settings that are part of the system settings that you're changing right now, and so Discord hasn't updated that, because that's probably a major. It's something that's happened with mine. So, but yeah, that's basically what Darius does. He tries to figure out a plan of action.
Where
to
are you
make
doing
money.
this? You doing this on the ship, or are you at a tavern?
No, I've had enough of the ship for like a day.
Okay.
So I was
Darius.
almost killed by a dragon.
Roll me a luck
The insults
check.
just keep coming.
Roll me a
The
luck
insults just
check.
keep coming. Don't like Lederung's land. Had enough of the ship. Gah.
It's not that I don't like Grilligren's land. It's just he's a mercenary. If he was paid to, he would take part.
No, I get the good business angle.
Yeah, it's good business. 16.
Okay.
I'm assuming it was a D20 you were wanting me to roll.
Yes. D20 luck
Okay.
check. Darius, you've been sat poring over your maps for about an hour and a half when a young strawberry blonde boy very verbally enters the tavern. So, I'm looking for a Sir D. Reynard. D. Reynard?
Yeah.
And he runs over. He's got a letter in hand. He's like, I tried at the skyship door. It's a lot of steps. This is for you, sir.
All right, get back to your chimney sweeping.
You take the letter.
He hands me a letter.
Yeah,
I'll
correspondence.
I give him a gold piece.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have some
Thank
more?
you. And he runs off.
Yeah, it's okay. I literally have thousands of them. I'm.
Yes, we know you are all very wealthy.
Oh shit! I just it's 3882. Okay. Okay, cool. I accidentally did the bad of deleting my gold sum there for a second. Okay, so I have a regular like letter. Does it have a seal on it?
It's wax sealed.
What's the symbol on the wax seal?
It's a familiar symbol to you, but it's not your father's. It is a family crest, but not your father's.
This might be worse. What is the? I'm assuming every one of the, because we're all vain. I'm assuming all of us are vain as a family trait. So we each have individual crests. So
yes, which you are given to yourself, which you are given to by your father at 14. It is your sister's.
Which one?
Your younger sister.
Younger sister. Okay. Well, that does narrow it down quite substantially. Pop the symbol and I go ahead and read it. What does it say?
Okay. Are you happy for me to say this out loud, or would you prefer me to?
I'm assuming everyone here has the ability of not metagaming, so
Sure.
yes, I'm okay with it.
Absolutely. So, due to your father trying to... It starts off with general correspondence, but you can see that the writing is very hurried. The gist of the letter is, essentially, due to your father wanting to maximize profit, he is essentially conscripting all members of the family. And your sister is wanting you to get out of the continent before someone from the family catches up with you.
There's a lot of us. Doesn't narrow it down much. Hey, we heard sound. Yeah, good. Okay. Does this indicate who father is pulling for in this campaign?
Your father is heavily invested in the Rhiannon Empire.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
That's where the head office is. There's also no way that you, a family of human mercenaries, would work with the Eladrin.
A couple of half-elves in the family, they might.
That's true. But as a standpoint, especially with the subtext of the war, even though it's...
Yeah.
And you're surprised at how quickly this has
Darius
gotten
doesn't
to
remember
you.
the declaration specifically. It was during that fugue state, so...
Well, the declaration hadn't happened specifically, but it's clear that your father has been planning for a war state for a little while now. So
that's a good thing, actually. This letter just got to me. We're in Legran's land, half a continent away from the compound. Not the compound, the city. The compound as in the family compound.
Family seat, yeah.
The family compound. So... that's a thing that Darius immediately notes, is that this would have taken time to get here. So that's odd that he's already had this plan, which means little bastard's has foreknowledge of this.
I don't remember as well, if letters are going out from the Eladrin, they're not arriving in every city at the same time, and Compound is closer to the Eladrin Empire than Legrung's land is.
No, the family seat is actually up near...
It's in the capital. It's in Seat, I think.
Yeah, it's in Seat. Yeah, the family compound is not in Compound. It's our seat of power is in Seat. So it's kind of we're very alliterative.
It probably went by boat then. It'd be it's gonna be faster.
Yeah, possibly. Okay, well, that's weird. How old's my younger sister?
15, I think.
Ah, fuck. Damn it. It's the one thing that's gonna... Alright, well, we're gonna have to make a detour.
Okay.
I'm not looking forward to this. Okay, yeah, Darius wraps the letter up and then puts it kind of in a safe spot and proceeds to have a miserable day until everybody gets back. He's not going to make a fuss about this until.
No worries. We'll return to the previous conversation though between Zep and Gourd.
God, can you hear me? Have you regained your voice?
I believe I have.
Ah, there it is.
I would be happy to join your adventuring party.
Company. It is a little bit more formal than just a party. Although those are fun as well. Well, we should have the paperwork signed up, and you'll need to fill out this form here, here, here. And then this one in triplicate. And also, I am sure there's another piece that I cannot find right now.
He's just gonna kind of, stare at it. I'll do my best.
If there is anything which is unclear to you, just ask. I will try to explain, but bureaucracy is not my forte.
So he'll turn it towards you and it'll be like, well, from about this bit up here to about this bit down here.
Ah, okay. Right. Are you able to read? Or is it just this language?
What language is it in?
It'd be in common, I think.
Okay. I might have a mild inability to read this fully.
That is no problem. I will go through it with you piece by piece so that you can understand precisely what is going on here. And I'll spend some time going through it.
Sure, no worries. Okay, so Gourd has officially become a member of the Skyfire Adventuring Company. Other than that, is there anything around the city anyone would like to do today?
Is Gourd able to sign it, or does he make a mark?
Yeah, Gourd, are you? Do you have a written signature, or do you ink paw print it?
Pretty much paw print it.
Lovely.
Okay.
Paw print it. Love that.
What kind of hands do you have?
Cats
Lion
with
hands.
thumbs. Cats with thumbs. Have you seen that advert? Cats. It's a Cravendale milk advert with clicking cats. That's. I'll send that to you later.
Wild.
Cats with thumbs.
Now that you say it like that, it does ring bells. Those are some repressed memories, I feel.
Yeah. But okay. So it gets to about the late evening, and Zep, Zedaar, and Braun gather the rest of the party on the top deck of the ship. And they go about. The rest of you throughout the day, you've noticed that more and more a mix of young and old and haggard and fresh individuals begin coming in with rucksacks and haversacks as they join the ship's crew. But Zep and Marcus and those who are in charge of hiring gather up the new officers of the ship to introduce one another to all of you. And standing before you is an eclectic mix of individuals. You're all very familiar now with the burly Minotaur, who is acting as first mate now, and as well as Marcus and Marcus
Yannick.
is Yannick. I always forget Yannick. I'm so sorry, Yannick.
Yannick, you don't know him.
No. Oh gosh, no. Let's not have another one of them, please.
Oh.
That's an old campaign reference. Right there, that is. But you also see a number of humans. You also are introduced to a wood elf and a fearbolg who have joined the team, and a halfling, I believe, is the array of races. Oh, well, you do
Wood
have
elf.
a half. You have a wood elf, yeah, full-blooded wood elf.
Why are they not with the Eladrin?
They don't need. That's.
As far as I understand, the Eladrin are very insular, don't like outsiders, and don't like people going out.
Mm-hmm. But not all wood
Yeah, but that
elves are
doesn't
from the
mean-
Eladrin Empire.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are exclaves of
Sure,
the
you know,
race
but as
over
far as I
there.
understand, they're basically fantasy North Korea in that instance, where nobody in, nobody out. So
Yeah,
Didn't you
and-
threaten to burn one of them down?
Yeah,
That was
one
not
of
in
them
the
almost
Eladrin.
killed me.
yeah.
That was in the Rian.
So there would be Ruby probably asking questions about who this. Not that she's being profiling, but she's profiling.
Yeah, I guess
Okay,
you say you're
so-
just profiling.
Sure. So she introduces herself. Her name is she is
Sorry,
You
what?
know what? I
E-R-U.
can't be judging names.
E-R-U, Eru. Okay. Bless you.
She yeah, she has been an adventurer for a long time in terms of she's traveled quite a lot of the globe. She originally hails from one of the sacred tree holds within what is externally known as the Grand Duchy of Banumdum. She has she is
Okay.
she has green
You
eyes.
see the quality
soft
of these
brown
maps, they
skin.
are truly incredible.
Yeah,
Just
and
look at the detail in this.
you'll also notice because she wears like a sleeveless shirt, but she has a like lion tattooed on her arm.
Tattoo will get you, or tattoo. Flattery will get you everything, Zap.
But yeah, and she does this because like, if you're questioning my work, I can just show you what's going on.
Yeah, you should. You definitely should.
And she gets out basically she pulls out a set of map cases, and she has some beautiful maps of various parts of the globe, trade charts, like personally detailed. Very experienced cartographer. You get the impression that there might be other reasons. Actually, no. Ruby, give me an insight check.
Oh, Ruby's
Make
very
somebody else roll.
insightful. She's good at this, guys.
That's not insight. It's just racism.
That's a natural fucking 20.
You get the impression that this person is way too skilled for the job that they have assigned to do, and there is an ulterior motive for them to being on this journey out of the city. But
Just because
you cannot
you're right doesn't make it correct.
but you cannot fault, but you definitely cannot fault them for their skill.
Sure. Zedaar, may I borrow you for a moment?
I mean, you're all there, so yeah. This is in a group of all the hired individuals.
Sure. Zedaar, as I understand, you have one of the spells that you use for the interviews to compel truth out of people.
Yes.
Have you prepared one for the day?
This is the same day, then no. If this is something where we had to take another day in order to do this, then yes.
Is it still the same day, DM?
Currently, it's like the evening of that day.
Okay.
But
We gathered all these people up to give an interview process on the same day.
the idea was that you guys were leaving quickly. If you want to have taken more time, then you can. But
I was thinking we had gone through like application. We just have a grab bag of dock workers that just took on the job.
no, as I described it, I don't know if you've seen that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where they're hiring new crew. It's literally a table in a bar near the docks. You pay a few people to say that you're hiring for a skyship. You see what comes.
Are you okay with being our new?
My
being a new
impression that
journeyman
Zedaar
on the
was
ship?
using
Sure.
Zone of Truth on many of the hirees to make sure they weren't spies.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah, no, that was part of what we were going to be doing under the hiring process. Is you're going to be subjected to a zone of truth, and we are going to ask you some pointed questions.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
they could lie, but we would know if they lied.
Sure.
Please let this be more than one day, because that would be just bad. If you have any felonies, not here.
Okay, then. How many casts of Zone of Truth do you have? I will let you pick through some of the workers, and we'll re-roll that. Go back through some of those, the officers, because I don't think you've gone through every ship member, have you? Otherwise, you are going to be here months.
Zone of Truth lasts 10 minutes and it creates a 15-foot radius sphere. I can ostensibly create over an hour's worth of that.
Okay, I will say then you can get through pretty much all of the officer level people if you want to, or a mix of officer and crew. Because crew
would
is
also be part of the officers.
Yes,
Random
she is
selection
definitely an
is
officer.
Usually the best method, actually, of finding a trend is just randomly selecting from different groups. So, I'd put Darius would suggest that.
Yeah, I mean,
Seems sus.
Okay, so all of the
I imagine, actually, as a point, Zedaar is an extremely insightful individual. He would probably start questioning them and basically just get a general insight of each individual, and anybody that he did not feel comfortable with would be subjected to further questioning.
Sure.
Under a zone of truth.
So in terms of the officers, the ones that are already part of the ship are Fast and the First Mate, Yannick, and Marcus. But the rest of them that are posted in the handout section, pick a few of them, and we can do some questions for
The
them.
merchants would have come from the guild as well.
Yes,
They would be random.
Well,
The merchants
like
of the
Ruby
guild.
was inciting here, if there was any person where he felt like there's definitely ulterior motives to why they seem to be signing up, that would be a person's like, you've been suggested for further screening, and question them under a zone of truth in that regard.
Glory to Aristoska. Okay, sure. So let us. We'll rewind this a bit, and where would you like to do this further screening? On the ship, or in a quiet room in the inn?
While they were already having the conversation, he could have just done it there. Like,
Sure. Okay. Fine. Okay. Let's roleplay this situation then. Go ahead. Ask away. Oh, actually, roll. What's the DC for Zone of Truth?
so there's a caveat. There's a thing with zone of truth. It is a. Hold on. I gotta go down. I got the spell again. I'll just drag it over to chat so you can. No, I don't want to do that. I want you to do this.
It's the equivalent of you getting like a random interview.
It is
for
a
job.
charisma saving throw. The individual can choose to fail the saving throw, but there's a point that I am aware if they succeed the save or not.
Yes.
And they're being
What's the
told that
DC?
If you the DC is. This is something that I always have a hard time finding on this character sheet. Quick math on that. We are level 7. It would be
8 plus 3 plus wisdom.
16.
They fail.
Okay.
Did they try to go against it?
Yes. They don't know you. And most job
You object
interviews
to this
do
lie
not
detector
cut.
test.
Listen, they are like this is things that are points like so you are going to be subjected to further questioning under a zone of truth spell just for the accuracy and safety of the crew members that we are going to be joining into the Skyfire Adventuring Company program. At the note of this point, you have the right at any moment to walk away. You will not be judged for it, but if you wish to work into the progress with it, then you will be subjected to these questions. That is just how we are going to operate for the safety of all of us. As a point, assuming that this individual is the one that's coming up specifically under their greater scrutiny, would you say, you seem to be extremely qualified for this job. What is it that brought your interest in joining us for this endeavor?
Let's be frank. I just want to get out of the city.
You just want to get out of the city? You don't find that Legrong's land is going to be very safe for you?
Look, I'm a full-blood wood elf. In a nation that's just gone to war with a nation of elves.
That is a reasonable thing. It is not something that I am going to judge you for. There are people from all over sorts, one of our own members, and assuming Gourd has been around at any point, he would mention they were at one point responsible for delivering a letter under the guise of the Eladrin Empire, but they are not being faulted for being a messenger, no more than you would be faulted for just being born of a similar race to the enemy at the moment. But I will remind you that you are as much the enemy as the Eladrins are at this point. We are not going to war with them. We are leaving because we are not going to war with them.
And that's why I'm looking to get with you guys and not half the fucking warships down the road.
Fair enough, then. Is there anywhere in particular you are thinking that you would like to be going?
She thinks for a moment. We've seen a lot of the world. I'm happy to see it all again. As long as I'm in a place, not for too long, or long enough that people's prejudices start kicking in.
Very well. So you say you have a lot of experience traveling?
Hey,
So we could rely on your knowledge for local customs and such?
I'm also really fast at writing.
And within the reason, you do intend to stick forward for the full duration of your contract, and at no point act in any way that will bring harm to either the Skyfire Adventuring Company or the crew or the ship that you serve on.
I draw maps. I'm not a fighter. I don't think we'll have any problems.
So they're kind of like squints in his eyes. I almost want him to make an insight check on that.
I mean, she can't lie right now.
He can't lie, but as the cell says, she can be deliberately vague.
That's true.
That came up as a very vague answer to Zedaar. Instead of just saying, "You're right, I will not do that," to the best of my ability.
Go for it.
I imagine at that point, Zedaar. Well, okay, yeah, so I'll make a skill insight check. It's a 19.
She seems to be on the up and up on that. Like, she's not actually got a weapon on her. Just a bundle. Like, she's got like a burlap sack, which you assume is full of like clothing items, and then a ton of map cases, and then on her side seems to be like sort of ink pots and like a pen kit, like a sort of like a leather bound set of like quills and stamps and things. Chart making tools. Yeah.
Zedaar would give his approval then at that point. He would not see that as further need of grilling, and that seems like a reasonable. She would see being like a reasonable and capable hire to him.
Right.
She basically gets a seal of approval.
Seems sus, but Rue will allow it.
You're just racist.
Is there any other members of the crew that you want to specifically look into? There's the two carpenters. The trader has come from the guild, so they've been given to the crew rather than hired by. And then there's the halfling, who's the marine, or the barber surgeon, the Fearbulk.
Anybody who has direct ties to the Skyspan Industries or have been recommended by Skyspan Industries, I imagine Zep would just allow without.
Yeah,
much
that's the
questioning.
trader. They're also a half orc, by the way. The trader.
Yeah, sure.
Proficiency Intimidate, I saw that.
Orc is just good business.
Very
It
similar
is
questioning would
business.
follow along the lines of probably all the officers. You're right. Yeah, any officers would be getting that. Anybody who had authority on the ship, just to ensure that we're not going to put some pompous know-nothing into a position where they really are not fit to be doing this.
Sure.
And speaking of pompous know-nothings, Zep is also testing their ability to actually do what they claim to be able to do.
Sure. Okay. I'll just basically give me a couple of insight checks, and an intelligence checks for you, Zep, to like as the testing process. But
well, those numbers all break over well over 20. So
fucking hell. That's a 12 plus 7, a natural 20 plus 7, a 16 plus 7, and an 18 plus 7. And then there's a 17 coming in. Oh my gosh. Okay.
How many do you want?
That's fine. You have rolled
He
one.
can go all day.
Doug starts
What?
grilling
Okay.
people about things on the ship, and they just gets distracted thinking about things on the ship.
So I'll let you in on something here. I rolled really well on the people that you found because I thought it was going to be just you wanted to get into the air. Yes, you have a highly skilled marine who is wanting to get out of direct combat in terms of military. He doesn't. Not a coward. He just isn't as happy with the position he had in the military, and thus has taken to merchant marine. So he's there as like extra muscle in case you're attacked. That's the halfling Alashar. You find out that he grew up in the Rhiannon Empire. He's about 3'4". He's a little bit lazy. You get the impression because Marcus actually chimes in with this one. It's like he's met him before. He's lazy when it comes to like standard day-to-day ship activity, but when it comes to fighting, he's decent. So he's more of a delegator when it comes to his ship activities, but his main thing is military aspect.
I imagine if we are doing any training drills for crewmen on the ship, Darius could take the charge on that, and he will just act as, backup stand-in.
Then the two carpenters, both of them have been working as bosun on previous ships. One's quite young. The human female is far younger and new to the trade. She was only a bosun for about 3 months before her ship was brought back to permanent dockyard duty for major repairs. And since then, she's been looking for new work. Then the other one is he's a much older gentleman, really, really good at his job, but slightly smelly is what you get. He's got a slight sweat stench about him that you just can't get rid of. And then, you've got the trader. And the final individual that is hired...
Barber surgeon.
Is the barber surgeon, yes. Moses Mars. He comes in very much later than a lot of your hires. And before, before going into today with the hiring process, you were initially just going to rely on Zedaar as the ship's sort of day-to-day healer. But a very, very tall individual with green fur comes on in. With massive, like, sashes of potions and pots and pans and bags of, like, you get the, like, he's got a little, like, pot plant in the top pocket of a long jacket. A slightly, like, pointed face for a Firbolg. But it comes in and it just seems to be his, you get the, so he is, as an individual, he started training as a cleric but kind of fell out of it, and has since then gone more into standard field medicine and like apothecary sort of role in society rather than direct church doctrine hospital work, or it's more like a local rural healer. However, they grew up in Legolar's land. They were adopted. They openly worship the Wild Mother. And they're looking to go away from the more sort of village lifestyle and explore a bit. But if you'd like to insight anything about them, you can as well.
I mean, if this goes deeper than the further checks we've already made.
I mean, you've got a good read of pretty much all of the individuals you've hired now. You seem that everyone's on the up and up. Either they want out for genuine reasons, or they're just looking for adventure. Quite a lot of these people, because hiring, you also notice, is rampant at the moment, especially with a call to war. There's a lot of people going, this is my time. So like, you were not the only table in this tavern of ship's captains hiring crew. Like, it's essentially, that's what all the dockyard taverns have become at this time.
Are they all trying to outdo each other? One's got like a platter of
food, so one's got a makeshift
beverages.
sign. Like, yeah, it's all going sort of thing. But you guys attracted a sort of different mix of people because you weren't directly going to the conflict.
Sure, that seems to work out. And as a point for this interviewing, I imagine if this is something that we could do, just do a double check to make sure that nobody managed to sneak on board. Zedaar would have, because he can do this so many times, it's a giant 15-foot radius of this that we play it out. We would basically just gather up all the crew at some point on the deck before we ship out, and he would ensure that everyone is subjected to a zone of truth, and basically just questions like, you will acknowledge that through no deliberate actions of your own will you willfully take any actions that will sabotage us or the efforts that we are attempting to do in the benefit of anyone, including the Eladrin Empire. And if no one can say we acknowledge this and yes, then they don't get hired.
Okay. All of the people that you eventually hire manage to say yes, or they acknowledge this.
Are we paying like more than normal? Because this is a lot to ask for just crew members of a ship.
Zedaar said, I will handle the authenticity of the hires. He is very thorough about this.
We're making them sign a pledge and just like
Pledge not to murder us. Yeah, no, that seems fine to me.
One looked
Now,
a
to be
little
fair,
suspicious.
Lake has experience dealing with hiring crew members from a previous game, so
He was good, and Reynard, that was my character name. Reynard was also very good at interviewing people at that. We were very thorough about it because, granted, we had a lot more betrayal in that campaign than we do in this one.
But yes, so going back to where we were, back to the future.
Apologies, the sideline is on that. But
No,
we were
that's
gonna be
fine.
thorough.
That's fine. That's
Can we
fine.
get a long rest then?
I thought it was for those of you who are not yet. Purely because you've all been relatively active today. Actually, no, a few of you can, but I can't do it individually. I don't think. I have to do it as the
I
whole
just need
party,
my-
and some people have been using spells, for example.
I just need my health. It's back, so I'll just do that.
That's fine.
You'll have had a short rest.
You've definitely had
Everyone
you
short
can
rest
spend a hit
and-
die on
yeah.
your short rest, so
I'd rather not, and I'd just rather just
sure
not
thing.
do a lot.
But the sun begins to set. You've had to as well move your skyship from the Festung because otherwise you can't get your Leonin back on the ship. So you're actually docked near one of the Skyspan shipyards, and you're introduced to everyone. Like I said, there's the trader, the guildsman, is a half-orc female by the name. She introduces herself as Lena. You've got the two carpenters, who are humans. You've got this grisly-looking halfling marine who's just kind of sat back, but you do notice he's got a firearm on his back and looks to be slightly tattooed as well. And he's very kind of grumpy, but kind of he's got that vibe of an old serviceman kind of thing. And then
Gunnery Sergeant Hartman.
yeah, and then you also have sat slightly off away from everyone, but enough that he's still involved with the conversation, this hulking, slender Feuerbolg, who is he seems to be he's got a pestle and mortar, and he's making some sort of thing whilst having a conversation, paying absolutely no attention to it, and just by feel mixing this concoction which seems to be forming a paste slowly, but he's just having general conversation with you all.
He's our medic, right?
Yeah, he's barber
Yes.
surgeon.
He's
so,
the ship's doctor, barber surgeon. Like,
so
don't
he
worry, I
also
can
does
tell-
hair. He
tell
does
when
hair.
this character was made.
He also does haircuts. He also does the hair grooming. And yeah, just general medical checks and stuff.
No, that's a very historically correct thing.
Tooth pulling, you know.
Yeah.
It checks out because Zedaar is, despite being the healer, Zedaar is not actually an overly knowledgeable physician. Like clerical knowledge is how he knows his healing, not like if somebody needs like amputation of a limb, he would not be the best person to go to that. He would not be bad, but there are people who probably know better. Definitely.
I could probably help with that.
He lets God sort it out. He just kind of waves his hand at the
Yeah,
injury.
I've since also handed these NPCs both to all of you and to Mordred, mainly because Mordred, his ship. But some of these individuals do have special abilities, so some of the more defined roles. So, yeah, you got a good crew. What can I say? But anyway, the sun begins to set. Is there anything else you folks want to do in Lake Rungsland, or do you want to begin setting off?
I'm good.
One thing I would like to do. I don't need it role playing anything. Can I search for a potion shop, and I would like to buy a potion of Featherfall.
Sure. Give me a quick investigation check on that.
That's good.
The ball's not going to happen if you're still inside the ship when it starts falling, just as a point.
Yeah, but I might be on top. I think it's just investigation. He
At
said.
that point, he's running towards a window. He's just jumping out as he goes.
11.
Takes you a while, and you find a potion shop eventually. The markup, though, you can even tell entering this shop that the markup is a little bit severe.
Just realized, how does Featherfall work? Does it do you slow in reference space or in absolute space? Because at that point you just slam against the ceiling if the ship is going down.
Saying if you couldn't get out of the ship, you would still be.
Yeah,
You would be attached
it would
to the
slow your
velocity of the
rate.
ship itself.
It slows the rate that gravity affects you, but not the ship. So you would plow it into the
that's
top
what
of the
I
ship.
meant.
Yes.
That's what I meant. It'd be inertial. You just slam against the top.
But then
of the
again,
ship.
how strong is the spell? Would Valmir then, if he's on a lower deck of the ship, slow the fall of the ship because he's being pulled through it?
No.
Like, I don't
Yes,
think
my
so.
paste. The paste of
Yeah,
my
I was
body
gonna
would.
say.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
pace
I'm
might
talking about the
do
spell
something.
effect, not the life of you.
Well,
The contents of my stomach holding up the ship.
But for one cast, which is 1 minute,
Yeah.
so it's a vial that would last 1 minute, is 120 gold pieces.
Sold.
Okay. How many do you want?
Wow.
They've got a number of them.
I don't. Ruby
well,
can
it beats fall
fly. I don't know Gourd enough to care. I'd say one for Darius, one for.
You mentioned this,
Definitely
Darius
for
just says,
Zedaar.
I'd rather it be over with than slowly fall for 20
I'm
minutes.
gonna buy 5.
Our normal cruising velocity would mean you'd still be in the air by the time that wear out. Like you'd be.
You drink it as you're about to hit.
yeah, you drink it to get closer to the bottom.
Look, it doesn't take the biggest brain pan to understand that this would be a very good thing to have if you're in the fucking air. It's basically, it's
The
useful.
perfect
Just-
time for doing complex.
You know what?
mathematics.
You're not getting one anymore.
Let's
Four,
hope
only
you're not
4.
too high for the spell to run out before you hit the ground.
That's what I mean.
This is going to be the most elaborate paratrooper drop that we've ever done.
Yes.
Drink this. 10 seconds after you get out of this.
Oh, you can imagine someone fumbling with the bottle halfway down.
If
I
you
imagine
drop
Zep
it,
could figure it out.
close your eyes.
No, you open it while you're falling, all the liquid comes right out immediately. You don't get the chance to even drink it.
Fucking Wile E. Coyote.
It comes with a
just...
straw.
I'm not sure the physics works that way, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Zedaar
It's a
does one thing.
surreptite
He is going to bake one more Dragon Talon to send up to
Magic is
Joanna.
stupid.
You're gonna go up to Joanna.
He's not gonna go. He's just going to bake a Dragon Talon
Oh,
and basically
lovely.
hand it off to the royal guards, and they will allow them to
Absolutely.
take it to her and
More
As
than
a- as
doable.
a farewell, and the one last. There you go. This is the last gift to you for who knows how long.
Okay.
Out of the dragon bits that we sold, is there enough for 500 gold pieces worth of platinum?
For 50 platinum.
Yeah, I guess.
Hold on.
I'm talking raw platinum. I'm not talking coined.
Oh. Right. I
Raw
see.
platinum.
By the way, 50 platinum pieces would be just a solid bar of platinum.
Yeah.
It's an ingot.
It also wouldn't be that much.
It's a 1 pound bar, so it'd be like not like
Yeah.
a bullion
It'd be
piece, but it'd be like
it'd be
like
like
your
that.
standard like
Gold bars aren't that big.
no, they're not.
Oh. I'm trying to remove things from the party sheet on the wrong computer. Give me a moment.
Oops.
Um,
But to explain this for Gourd, in this universe, it was declared that bear claws were apparently invented by Othrae, and they're not called bear claws; they're called dragon talons. Because that is the thing that became canon at some point.
Yes. So the leftover cash that you've got is 400 platinum pieces, basically from everything that's left in terms of the sale. So however you want to, as a party, divvy that, do so.
I would
Can you
appreciate
put
50
the
pieces worth.
5 potions of Featherfall in the party sheet, please.
Absolutely. I thought you could grab that.
No, there's a lot of permission stuff's not working the best. With the new update to the UI seems to have broken a lot of that kind of stuff, and it hasn't been fixed yet. So it's
You made that joke about platinum bars are not that big, and just made me think it's like, yeah, that's 8 platinum bars. It's the scene in the dodgeball, like the dodgeball story, where he's like, "You ever seen $1 million?" He opens up the briefcase. It's just one stack
just a stack of money
in the middle of the briefcase.
Dodgeball is a classic. It's an underrated classic.
It is. It's a,
Meet my team. Laser. Taser. Blazer. Just-
Well, if we have 400 platinum, I would actually take 100. I will make sure to repay the party at a later date, but I have something in mind.
There isn't actually a potion of Featherfall in game, so I've edited a scroll of Featherfall.
just rename it.
See, a scroll makes more sense because you can technically like get like a taunt and read it as you're falling. But-
You know, guys, Ruby could take Featherfall, right?
Yeah, but there's no
That's cool.
guarantee you're there.
This is an emergency
Or alive.
situation.
or alive. Yeah, that's a good point. If the boat's going down.
At this point, it's just TPK. We don't need to know what happens after that.
That's a really good point. If the boat is going down, maybe be a situation where not everybody is alive at that point.
Yeah.
He contracted
Better to
Ruby's
have
release. She
it
is
and not need
invincible.
it than need it and not have it.
Also, yeah, if you're ever in a situation where you need to use more Featherfall than you can cast on people.
It's true.
We found that out the hard way in a giant tunnel filled with weird. Yeah, that was. We had to. I jumped off something and died at the bottom, and then came back. Do you not remember? Inside the ring, Roach. Inside the ring.
Oh. Right. I totally
there is 4
forgot about
potions
that
of
whole
Featherfall.
thing. That whole
Whoever
section.
wants one can have one. I'll have told the party about it, and who wants one can have one.
Oh, right. The ring, the onyx
I certainly
prison
would.
ring.
Thank you.
that didn't do a damn thing to the campaign.
Fun side quest.
Horrible.
That's all it was.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
And my potion is going to be like it's not in my backpack. It's like on me in an inside pocket.
It's got a
in one of those. It's not like I've transferred it so it's not in one of those like bell jars. It's like in one of them thin, long vials.
A long vial round your neck on a chain.
It's got a bright yellow ribbon on it, just so you can pull it out.
It's a version of a life vest.
Blue for water, yellow for sky. Blue for water, yellow for sky.
Well, I do have a potion of water breathing as well. Yes, thanks for remembering.
You just have a bandolier across your chest that's for potions, and at the top there's the blue one if you hit the water, and the yellow one if you are falling out of the sky.
And then there's an orange one below, which is a mix of both, in case of a water landing.
In case of a water landing, I'm not using the potion of featherfall.
Wait,
let me tell you, kid. These are my two biggest phobias.
This is for fire, and this is
if I'm bleeding.
A list of things like this is my curative for any major emergency dire situation I might fall into.
This one is in case I need to forget the last 5 minutes.
So anyway,
this one's just chicken soup. Anyway,
This is coffee in case I get thirsty.
the sun sets as you begin to mingle with your new officers, and the ship, for the first time, really feels like it's full of life. There's multiple feet and hands around. Jobs are getting done. People are being assigned to their station, to their quarter. It's the most lively that the Skyfire has been since its conception. And this is the largest the company has also been since its conception. Okay. So, one thing you'll need to do as a group, just a thing, Mordred, I'll let you do this as well. If you could assign the people that you've hired, your officers, to their quarters, because some of them require like an office space. For example, the trader will. So if you could make sure you map that out on the ship. But yes, the sun sets, and next morning there is an eerie quiet about Legrang's land. You had moved the ship to one of the standard sky docks within the capital, and the sky dock overlooked one of the more traditional dockyards, which was filled to the brim with ships, both military and trade. But this morning there was an eerie quiet and an emptiness about a lot of the shipyards. Many of the ships in the night have already started setting sail. A lot of the sky ships have been hastily rerouted in order to make sure supplies are coming in. There's the larger sort of freight sky ships were working tirelessly through the night and have set off in the early morning to unload everything they've got to make more supply runs across the continent, both to reinforce Othrae in this time of so not just Othrae, the kingdoms of the Nardathel, and also receive more supplies from Solarum, considering the situation. And word is very quickly spreading. There are posters that have gone up overnight as well, calling for men and women of Legrang's land to re-enlist into the military in supportive roles. Legrang's land is a unique situation where they try not to anymore field anyone outside of the Star Legion, but it seems in this time of need, at least someone in government has seen it necessary to at least start training and preparing other members of society. There are also far many more patrols from the military, and some of you who would be up earliest, probably Zedaar would be up earliest, and Zedaar, you're finishing morning. Oh, and Gourd, you get up early. Do you also get up to pray and stuff? Okay. From the top deck, you can see that a number of steam contraptions on wheels seem to be patrolling the streets of the capital.
Oh, I have forced our lazy marine into my morning calisthenics routine. as I do
Make
with
a
everybody.
persuasion check.
And not intimidate?
Oh, you could try and intimidate him.
Actually, let me see which one's better. Okay. Well, I already argued it. I'm going to take the lesser of two. I had a +8 for persuasion too.
Ruby, or everybody will wake up to breakfast in the morning with Ruby. Whether or not they eat down and sit with everybody is irrelevant, but there is breakfast available.
Zep will be there bright and early, one of the first.
Take a temporary HP.
Sorry, I'm giving everyone a long rest. 13.
Do I not even find him? Is he somewhere?
You don't find him.
Somewhere in the.
No, you find him, but he's like, sorry, I've got a lot of tasks I need to do.
Rheumatism? Yeah. That's good.
No, so I'm currently taking apart my rifle, giving it a clean. You wouldn't know. You don't use firearms, do you? I can tell. You haven't got the fingers for it.
Like this guy.
This motherfucker!
I like him already.
This was oddly hostile and wrong at the same time. It's just I leave him. I have no response to this. I have no response to this. I'll think of one later. Say it, and he'll say it to himself after he's alone. Yeah, no, it'll just be me. I guess Marjorie and the rest of my entourage is still, for some reason, sticking around, even though they have absolutely no legal obligation to anymore.
I mean, Marjorie's definitely sticking around, at least for now, because you're flying to the kingdoms of the Nardathel, apparently. And so she's like, oh, it's fairly easier than me writing.
Okay, that's the only reason. That makes sense.
And you haven't offered me a position in the company, in the company, so I will.
I'm not sure as your legal standing. Before you kind of just it was a package deal, but I guess now we need to negotiate a situation.
Oui, I would. If you wanted to, I do not have anything else to go on to.
Both of my followers for your own. I'm assuming they abandoned me immediately, and they took, and she's now their leader.
Absolutely not. I would not take these half-wits anywhere. Sorry, Patrick. I imagine he's just stood there.
I'm not Patrick.
I know you're not.
Yeah, she's right.
Yeah,
No,
right.
no, she's right. All right, I'll have to talk to Zep about that, since he's holds all the documents, and I have no idea I have no idea what paperwork I'm signed into anymore.
You've got too many paperworks that you're signed into. That's the real problem.
I'm a part of a family business, and then technically I'm pretty sure I'm subordinate to like one of my brother's kids in one of the companies officially, and then now I'm also assigned on to this, and technically I'm a free agent as well, and I haven't paid my dues in a while, so I mean it's, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on.
And I can add Marjorie easily enough. As soon as Daria says yes, she can join. I'll be like, yep, done.
You already had the paperwork.
Yeah.
Ready.
Just been waiting for Darius to say yes. Here you go.
She's a person. She could show interest. I'm not.
I will happily join the company for now. I have no quests, but I obviously I have a knighthood now, so I'm.
Knight's pay is not great.
But if I get fealty to a lord, especially in times of war, I may have to go.
Makes sense.
I cannot be a hedge knight for everywhere and make it in this world.
Yeah, can't do that. Darius pointedly looks at her.
You're not a knight. You're a mercenary.
I have been knighted.
And she was a squire. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know. She was. Okay.
I get what she was saying. I know.
You're saying you're as much of a knight as Braun was.
It's not wrong.
Well, Braun was a marine, so.
That's the joke.
Yeah. Anyway,
Alright.
is there
Broad, but
anything?
yes.
Is there any last-minute stuff anyone wants to do before you leave the capital?
We have much to do and less time to do it in.
We don't. At breakfast, Darius is going to do something he's very uncomfortable with and speak in front of everybody at once. He's not going to get up, but he's going to indicate that he wants to speak. Right. So for the duration of this conflict, I shouldn't say that I'm here publicly. Just saying. Don't when we do any dealings, or if it should come up, or you meet anybody that might look similar to me, or have my family crest or symbol, don't say you know me or that I'm here.
Guys, you're asking us to pretend to not know you?
Publicly, yes. Yes, I understand that's not normal for me.
That would be easy for me. I don't know you.
I'm confused. Who is this person?
Oh, natural one. Okay, fair enough. No further questions about that.
I understand, Darius.
Yeah.
Who is this Darius you keep speaking of?
We're not in
Darius is my
public,
boss.
and
He's right over here.
I'm just
Was
gonna
that-
glower at him.
Which one was that? I don't know
Patrick.
the names. Patrick, got it. Right.
I mean, if I think would you like to assign yourself a name to be used in public places so you're not just going by with your moniker?
It's like me with Ruby.
How about Kifis?
Somewhere that trash man is looking up from his garbage can.
No, he's still living in that suit of armor on the fucking casino boat.
Down? Yeah, he's definitely living on that.
Gifus has been dead.
It didn't sink.
No, that laughter was in character.
He's actually
Not
rebuilt it
Gifus.
with the trash of the boat being burned down. It's now just another successful cruise liner.
Just don't. I think even a description of me is noticeable enough to the individuals it matters to. So don't just don't. I'm not going to be as proactive in negotiations as I have been, which is not much. So it shouldn't be that different.
You're saying you want to stay on the ship?
No, I'm saying in public, I'm not going to be. You know what? Forget I brought it up. Never mind.
Darius, I understand. I would recommend perhaps shaving your beard and getting a haircut if you wish to be further disguised.
We have a barber on board now.
I look over to the tall and oddly still large and thin furbog that is, I'm assuming, not well cared for, as the description you said has he had an active flower pot in a pocket like on him. So I'm assuming he's not
relatively well groomed. Have you gone to his? He's not at breakfast right now.
Our breakfast table is separate. That's the Skyfire table.
right.
It's supposed to be officer's mess.
Got it.
What the hell is an active flower pot? What the hell is an
Supposed to be an active
inactive
one.
flower
As
pot?
it's growing, it's an actively growing plant in a flower pot. It's an active flower in a pot, is what I meant. Yes,
That's that flower super active.
it's active.
It gets small.
It's switched on.
Plants for Zombies plant. That's what it is.
Yeah. No, unfortunately I have no personality, so the beard is kind of 90% of what I am, so I can't get rid of it.
Darius, you're not a dwarf. You don't have to lie to me about that one. But it is your face. You could do what you wish. I'm merely making a suggestion.
I'll think on that. I'm going to go back to my normal self now and just sit here and eat.
With any luck, we won't have to go anywhere where people will recognize you. I don't think it's going to be a problem in Othrae, and definitely not a problem in Atria.
Do I have family in Astrid? The Renard Company in there is
You don't
very
have-
big.
The Renard Company mainly works out of Longreach. You don't.
Got it.
You've not really got anything in Solarium. There's a few offshoots of the family who go adventuring on that continent, but you don't.
Yeah.
There's not like a formal outpost of the family.
Evident
Got
the
it.
fact that Zedaar had never heard of your family ever,
Yep.
but he also never left Atria before coming to wherever he was. So
That's true. That's true.
Would I have ever heard of his family?
Give me a
Would you have?
history check at disadvantage.
Can I make the same one? Because I don't know if I would.
you've met him now.
I know now, but I can't remember. Would I have known about him before I met him?
I think you already tested, and the answer was no.
It's like
campaign.
Okay, but I personally don't remember that.
No.
Valmir actively just
haven't,
goes,
Gourd.
who's talking right now?
No, I know you. That's not what I'm asking.
Anyway.
I doubt it. I doubt it, Gourd. It's we're not active there as much as a company. Maybe a few family members that I don't even remember. So that would be, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Go
So?
back to your breakfast, everybody. It's
Let
good.
us set sail. Ruby looked
Yeah.
actually kind of agitated.
We can depart as soon as you are all ready.
We're ready.
Is it visible agitation? Like we could actually see it?
Yeah, did he just like open his heart out and Ruby just looking
She's
angry?
moodier than normal.
Fuck.
Oh no.
How many temporary hit points do we get for eating
3.
the food, by the way? 3.
3. Hey, that could be the difference between life and death.
It absolutely can be the difference between life and death.
Yep.
Then I will go
Gourd.
and find Marcus and begin,
Yes.
if you will excuse me.
Okay.
Try not to crash the ship on the way out this time.
You
No promises.
run down to the bridge. Marcus is already there.
Marcus, when you are ready, we can make preparations to depart.
Yeah. Where are we going?
Be right back.
Othrae, then Atria.
To start with, up.
I'll begin taking off in the meantime. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Where are we
And
going?
I'll
To our destiny.
use my own navigation skills for this bit to chart the original course, but then I'll start working with the elf once we're in the air.
Sure.
We gotta remember their names. That seems very.
Everyone
that's mine.
Elf, that's her name.
Or
Yeah,
do
that's-
just do
that's my
the ship
biggest
thing
pet peeve.
and refer to them by their role. Navigator.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that works. That's my biggest pet peeve in
Elu or
D&D
Eru?
parties. It's just referring to
Eru.
a party member as their race.
Navigator.
Eru, but because of her accent, it's her.
Navigator. What's the course?
Yeah,
The star on the right. Straight on telling.
Game has begun.
But yes, no, the reason Marcus asks is because it was floated. Emor asks, what city in Othrae are we going to? Because it was never fully discussed. Were you going to the capital where the skyship dock is? Are you going
Yes.
straight to Ruby's home? Like, where's the...
The capital of Othrae, whose name I forgot to include on the map.
Kid Viddy. Okay. Okay.
That'd be a homecoming. Showing up with the prototype skyship.
They're
Okay.
falling out of the sky like paratroopers.
So all of you
Much
that are
like Ruby
finishing up
Hopes
your
and
food, Ruby, as she brings plates in for the washing up, and as you begin to return to your decks, you hear over the talking tubes of all stations, prepare for takeoff.
And the ship rattles like a truck out of gear.
And yeah,
Parking brake still on.
let me roll to see how it goes.
I will assist in the takeoff if necessary.
Okay, that's a 14 and a 15 plus 7 now. Yeah, no, it's fine. And you begin, and the ship begins to take off. You pull away from the sky dock towards the open ocean in the far east, and then you feel as you begin to gain altitude that the skyship begin to turn and plot a course for the kingdoms of the Narthafell, more specifically Othrae. The sun isn't really out yet today. It's quite a cloudy day. It's one of those high cloud days, though, so that's why you could see everything in the morning. So it's got a kind of grayness to sky. I am trying to...
Go higher up. Get above the sky.
I am just trying to set what day it is. Not letting me do that.
I think you gotta click the day and then set.
Wrong computer. There we are. So, on the 25th of autumn, you begin your journey. And the first major journey as well of the skyship. All of the goods, all of the extra fuel has been loaded on. And yeah. Also, yeah, how much platinum was it you wanted out of that parcel to be like an ingot?
100 platinum out of that bundle.
So, 2 small ingots.
And then once we're free and clear and sailing, I'm going to retreat to my workshop and begin working on the platinum dragon shrine ornament.
Yeah, Ruby's gonna help with that.
Oh,
And
sure.
my plan is to use my clockwork abilities to make it articulated and move.
Oh. How are you aiming to make it move? Describe to us.
Probably have the piece itself hollowed with articulated wings and neck, and then use clockwork components on the inside which can wind up to make the neck move around and for the wings to pump up and down every now and then.
Okay. Love
And
it.
if Ruby wishes to add any magical flashes to that, like
Yeah,
Breathing
it's gonna be more
fire.
like a produce flame or continual light kind of
Sure.
source from the eyes.
So it's more cuckoo clock than Bahamutian Shrine.
Well, it's still a Bahamian shrine, but
Just it's
flashier.
cuckoo clock. Yeah, flashier. Cool.
much flashier.
It shines like a Megazord. Okay, give me an artifice check. They're
Do.
Zep.
That would be a 26. And you know what? I'm going to make it even higher and use my flash of genius to increase that by another 5.
Okay. So with a 31,
God, I love artificers.
okay, so using the ingots, you build upon at first you use sort of scrap wiring to form like a frame. You melt the ingots and you inlay and shape and sculpt, and you essentially have a rising dragon head that takes up the predominance of the piece, but with a claw then behind that, and then 2 wings in behind that. And the way you've got it is with your clockwork abilities, the wings and the claw, like the claw clamps down and the wings go around. So when not in use, the shrine looks like a giant platinum dragon's egg. And in front of the shrine is a pressure plated mat that when you kneel down to pray, it opens up and reveals the Bahamutian shrine. And with it as well, 2 little silverish flames appear out of the eyes of the dragon. And yeah.
You
I don't
said
know
it's
how long
like a
this will take,
Megazord,
but
it's more of a transformer.
With
I'll
that
spend some time on
roll,
this.
it's probably going to take you all day, but you'll have it done by the evening, and you can show it to Zedaar then.
Okay. I will ask that Volmir, could you create some kind of distraction for Zedaar so he is not in his cabin? I will need access to it throughout the
He's
day.
probably with Darcy anyway.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably with Darcy, but I'll go down to see him probably with Darcy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Between these hours, and I'll say roughly when I would need to install it.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go down and tend to Darcy with Zedaar for a bit.
Sure. I'm gonna need one of the party to roll me a d20. You elect between you who you want that to be.
I'll do it.
Sure.
Go for it.
Random event encounter. Random encounter.
3.
Oh god.
The sky doesn't
that random
brighten
event
up
encounter.
today, and in fact, the weather begins to turn quite heavily. It wasn't forecast, but it seems like very rapidly a storm has rolled in, and the sky begins to turn to a thick black, and the winds really begin to pick up. Some of the fresher members of the crew are kind of unnerved because a ship in a storm is bad enough. A sky ship in a storm is worse.
Can we not
So
just go above it?
I'm going to need the crew of the ship to make some checks here in what they want to do as they enter as the storm quickly surrounds the ship.
Ruby will help secure items for sea. Make sure nothing's going to get tossed around.
I would summon Stone and kind of run around and help the crew manage, ropes and rigging and all that stuff.
Okay. Darius, what are you doing? Are you doing anything to assist in the storm?
I have nothing I can assist with. I don't know what
No worries.
to do.
Valmir, I'm guessing you're hiding?
Pretty good guess, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. Somewhere
Zedaar,
with easy access to a place to get outside,
Cool.
if needed.
are you doing anything to assist in the storm?
Zedaar, in this instance, would probably just be securing the cargo hold, making sure there's not any slippage of cargo, especially like food or
Mhm.
water supplies, because losing that would be really bad.
Okay, and Zep.
There's a storm.
Cool, got it. You see things
in
sliding.
the engines. He doesn't notice.
No,
I'm
he's
building
making.
a shrine.
He's building a shrine. Okay, so
Starts rocking.
In the
Um,
engine.
To that
for
same
some
instant,
reason.
so is Ruby. So
oh,
it's not like you notice the ship suddenly starts listing and throwing about without. Even Zep's not that unaware, and Ruby would let
I
him know.
literally just rolled a perception check.
yeah.
It was an 8.
Ruby would
Okay.
probably notice and let
So-
them know.
See
How
on the
this
side
is-
of his room with ear suppressing sound headphones on.
Okay, so there are various modifiers that are going to affect this. I'm going to roll this dice here, an in-person dice. This is going to be how the crew deals with this. Is going to be how the crew deals with this challenge. Those of you who are helping have been adding 1 as a modifier to this dice. The crew, whilst you've got some very seasoned members, you have got a lot of fresh recruits. So they currently don't have a modifier to this themselves, outside of anything that the officers give. So what we're looking for here is a 15 plus, or certain consequences may happen.
Do I know about this happening, or am I too?
I will leave that up to your choice. I think the fact that you see Ruby run out and things start sliding around your table, you might notice.
Yeah, I mean, there's no time restriction on making the shrine.
Yeah.
So then, yes, I will assist. I am proficient with sky vessels,
Yes.
and also, if necessary, I will use another flash of genius.
Okay. Your ability, because you're proficient in sky vessels, and you're a pseudo captain, you add +3 to this.
Okay.
So 3 + 3, so 6 is being added to this. It's a 15 for you to get through this event flat. No, sorry. Now it would be a 13 for you to get through this event with no further action. If not, we'll see where it goes after. Went off the table. I rolled a 10. So.
And so ends the Skyfire Adventuring.
Aren't
you glad I bought them fucking potions?
I need someone to roll a d10.
People want me to roll since I got us into this mess? All right.
It's on you now.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Okay, you're fine. Ish. I need everyone on who is on Oh no, we'll just make everyone do it. Everybody give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
All right.
The storm gale starts to go, and as
course.
you begin to break through the cloud cover, there's a natural one there from Darius coming in.
Of course.
But just because they're all going past on the screen.
And
Braun.
Okay, so can we go through what everyone got, please? Ruby, what did you get? Just because they've gone
let's just
past
put
on
it
the
this
screen
way.
for the audience.
People really need to get right with Bahamut right now.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay,
I rolled 11.
so this was a DC 10. So 11.
No.
So there was more than one success.
Yep.
Here's that's another.
11, yes.
Okay. Darius.
Natural 1, 4 with my bonus.
Gourd.
I got a 19.
Damn cat.
Valmir. Also gonna change up.
9. I'm so close.
Oh, so close, buddy. Zedaar.
Let's see.
And Zep and Braun.
Got an 8. Braun got a 6 with a natural 1.
Okay.
So only 3 people succeeded.
So, as you begin to break into an area of cloud cover, you hit a pocket of pressure which shoves the ship, and all of you who didn't save the decks are jolted sideways, and thrown off of your feet and clambering into the deck. You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Bye-bye temporary hit points.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and the crisis is not resolved yet, so it's still a +6. Is anyone else doing anything now to aid in this roll?
Flash of genius.
Okay,
Well,
so that's an extra plus what?
5.
Okay.
How much time do we have?
But because it's rolled that way, I don't know if +5 is necessarily how you want to do it. It's probably like a +1, honestly.
I'll give you a +2 for it because it is a major ability.
Okay.
And because of your position on the slit. So you've got a +8 to this roll currently. It's kind of amorphous. We're looking at about a 5-minute period.
Okay.
I don't know if Darius is gonna
Ruby's
handle
gonna help
this well.
people who have fallen back up to their feet and tell them to get secure for sea.
Sure.
Let me just
Yeah.
check here.
Any of the people that I'd be working with on the rigging and stuff like that, I'd be going around and giving them guidance.
Sure.
The
Okay.
spell guidance.
Can you roll me one guidance and I'll see what and we'll add that to all of those people doing their task.
Just a D4.
Yeah, just give me the D4 and we'll see what the bonus they get to their tasks. Oh, it's a 4. Very nice. So you're just running around and go, yes, no, you're okay, yes.
Yeah, kind of just like, may the power of Bahamut be with you. Let's get through this. We got this kind of
Sure.
words
for
of
sure.
encouragement.
Words of
I just,
encouragement.
Go team.
I just
Yeah.
rolled Darius's willpower or wisdom just to see how well he's handling this, and it's about as well as Denethor was handling the siege of the Mist Earth.
So Darius is clambering to the top deck right now is what I'm here.
Flee! Abandon your post!
After being buffeted into my desk, then I'll be like, "Yep, no, I'm going up top as well." So I'm on the top deck.
Okay.
I am with the engines, because clearly what we need is more power!
Okay. Zedaar, are you doing anything in particular? Extra?
I don't think Zedaar has a full understanding of how dangerous this is because he's
Yeah.
down in the hold and like nothing's really like the ship's shaking, but like he's not falling over and Darcy seems fine. So he's like, yeah, no, just gonna keep on holding down the fort here unless people are screaming that they need help.
Yeah.
I mean, you do hear Darius,
Darius.
but that's
Somebody needs to wizard whack this man over the top of the head.
No, I mean, if there is a call to panic up on the deck, he would make his way up on the deck.
call to panic. Yeah.
There's still 3 potions of
I have a couple
Featherfall,
motions
by the way.
prepared, so like, if people are freaking out, I can start putting down, fear suppressants and just like, hey, calm down, mind on task.
Yeah, and okay. Those of you who are on the top deck see now. When you're up there, you get up and you see the ship's first mate, the Minotaur, Faston, just stood there like holding 2 like sails of the rigging like together with his arms, like really like exerting a lot of strength and pressure because they've come loose, but he is just stood in the middle, rain billowing off his fur and open shirted body, and he is singing in a language that you don't understand, like, but it's just poetic and rhythmic and beautiful as he's just stood there, strength holding these down.
Okay, Spider-Man.
Singing the equivalent.
Yeah. Again, a reminder: there's 3 potions of Featherfall, and you probably need to be passed out.
I've already taken one.
Have you? You didn't.
Yeah, the thing may not have updated. So who's got one? Is it just you and me?
The only one I saw actually take one was Zedaar. You need to drag the little dragon icon.
I did. That's never worked for me.
Oh, okay.
It's because you're controlling like 2 different characters. I think it's the
Really?
mission systems. Yeah. It's
But yes, I have taken
like
that.
that.
I'd probably give one to Zedaar, seeing him freaking the fuck out.
Zedaar?
Freaking
I mean,
out.
Darius.
No, sorry, not Zedaar. Sorry, Darius.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
Take it and drink it straight away.
So with those bonuses added, you are looking at the DC has gotten harder, so you're looking at a 12 to succeed this. And with the cry of "We need more power," the hands that are now helping with the shovel coal to the engine begin furiously shoveling. One of them is getting tended to by Moses Moss, who, because they were in the slip, they fell into the coal pile and hit their head. But he's there. He's just kind of going, "It's okay. Everything's okay."
Can Ruby be the afterburners? Like, could she channel fire into the engine in some way to increase power?
You were with Zeppo originally, so.
But didn't you say you were
She was helping people stand up, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
during this?
So she could have dragged this guy off the coal piles and then.
burning hands.
Ruby, give me an Arcana check.
Sure. I'm gonna use my inspiration for this one.
Okay.
Just so we have help. Yeah, good thing too.
Okay.
Mitch finally got us to spend inspiration, and it's weather that does it.
It's the deadliest thing, I swear.
So
Doors.
Yeah, I was gonna say doors.
you think I can really get this fire going? You set out some burning hands into the number 2 engine, and after the call of more power, with that, Marcus looks back from the navigator spot and from the observation deck and makes a call for the ship to be raised. And as you do, you plow out of that pressure pocket and use the force of the ship being pushed to break through the cloud cover, and you see, and if we were to do a cinematic shot of the ship, it would be bursting out of the black clouds into a ray of sunlight, and you succeed the task. You are now flying above the storm. What was the roll?
What was that second roll? Yeah.
Done you.
Not important.
But mark down the spell slot used as well, Ruby.
Sure.
And
That
sky
was
is sunny. There is a sigh of relief and then cheers throughout the ship that you got through such a violent and quick coming storm. Yeah.
Need some kind of warning for storms. Maybe some kind of thing affected by different types of pressure.
A barometer.
Yeah, maybe.
Will they not be affected by the altitude we're at? Because those actually don't work at high altitude, just FYI.
Zeb wouldn't know that.
What we need is a meteorologist.
Somebody, and by somebody I mean physics, need to tell Zep no. Eventually.
This is an elaborate setup that includes multiple leeches in their attempt to escape.
Or we could hire one of those weather wizards. It's I hear they're pretty good, those meteorologist mages.
We call them squall shapers back home.
The term here I think is skymonger.
We need somebody who can cast an 8th level spell of control weather, please. Thank you. Make the rest of us irrelevant.
If you've got an 8th level wizard, they're not using control weather, let's face it.
Just this decrepit old man whose only job is to make sure it doesn't rain every day.
The first
he
level
gets
wizard
paid
who's
millions
just got a
of
book.
gold by the local government, and that's his
Zep, we
whole
should get a
job.
damage report.
Yeah, I agree. It is good practice for the crew, such inclement wizard.
This was an actual emergency.
Yeah. It is the best way to learn, is by doing.
Everybody handled that simulation perfectly.
Damage report.
The Zedaar going around and having to patch people up. Yeah.
Simulation.
There's a few people that
Once
require
things in the-
patching.
Once the engine room is
have a couple concussions.
calmed, I'll go to Marcus and get damage report and work with the carpenters.
Anyone injured, report to the mess hall.
Yeah, it's a lot of cuts, bruises, and scrapes. You're very lucky that no one went overboard. And everything damage-wise is minor. A lot of wear and tear actually hit the rope, the rigging and the ropes around the balloon. So that's currently being tended to quite heavily.
Oh God! We have a balloon. I completely forgot that physical aspect of this ship. And
Yeah, if we lost the balloon, we're going down.
It's 1,000 times more scarier. Oh my God!
Yes, there's one word. It's called Hindenburg.
No, just most airships were destroyed by wind. Oh my God!
But yes.
Anyway.
No severe damage. It's all a lot of superficial stuff. Had you been in that storm for much longer, however, it could have been dire.
It is a good lesson that the rigging needs more reinforcement.
Okay.
So looking back at the storm, does it look like a natural storm, or does it look like that was not supposed to happen?
Everything else we're gonna deal with is Sauron too.
Give me either a Arcana check or a Nature check. I think that would be the most applicable. Unless you can weigh another stat, though. Is it interesting?
Survival, maybe, but
Survival, maybe.
Your nature skills got to be high. I have a feeling.
Intelligence based, and he's stupid.
He's a ranger, though.
Yeah, I'm saying he's got a natural bonus to it. I'm assuming.
To nature? So is nature or arcana?
Nature or Arcana, unless you feel like you can weigh another skill.
Okay.
Survival.
Well, it's more the fact he's trying to work out if it's natural or not, not whether he's trying to get through it. That's why.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll go. I mean, they're both the same, so I'll just go with nature.
Sure.
That makes more sense for me.
Oh.
Right
Hard to tell. You're not used to sky travel. The storm seems very localized, but at the same time, you're not used to sky travel, and you've seen it before on the open plains, where you can see storms off in the distance being brilliant sunlight where you are. So it's not unheard of.
Okay.
What season is it right now? Summer?
You are in the very last month of summer,
Okay.
I believe. Wait one. No, you are first month of autumn. First month of autumn. Yes.
Well, that was exciting. Let's not do that again.
Not if it can be avoided.
Zep, did I do any damage to the engines with that spell?
No, I do not think so. We have pretty big, powerful engines on this ship, and they can certainly take a little bit of a boost of power.
Let me know next time, and perhaps I can provide a stronger boost. We get it done earlier so we can get out of that storm if we run into another one.
Yeah, just
Tis a good
fireball
idea.
the engine, why not?
Yeah, let me get right at that.
Is there any good vantage points or like perches that I could go and sit to kind of just keep an eye out on the horizon for storms now?
Sure.
Kind of perform
There's
like
a couple
storm
of
watch duty.
Yeah, and so basically the balloon element of the rigging, instead of being like up a mast, it has like a catwalk. Sorry.
That's perfect.
The reason it's called
It's perfect. Oh god. So it has like a catwalk right underneath the balloon for like support of the balloon, like so people can check the balloon, but also to the sides, and then up that there is then rope rigging. If you really wanted to, you could sit on top of the balloon, but there's no like stable platform. But there is a platform that goes around the balloon itself. But it's like
I'll just kind of
5 foot wide corridor-esque catwalk that goes around the rim.
Yeah, I'll keep a patrol up there with me and Stone. We'll just kind of hang out up there for now. Keep an eye out.
Stone would struggle to stand on the catwalk itself.
I'll leave him down on the deck then.
Yeah, he can stay on he can stay on the top deck for sure.
And would people through the use of the thaumaturgy be able to hear me?
Yes,
from where I am. Okay.
Absolutely. There's people. You're only like 15 foot above the deck.
Oh, okay.
So
I wasn't sure how high up it was.
It's the reason it's better visibility is because it's essentially just like wooden fencing around it, and like a almost and just like a simple wooden sort of step platform sort of. Yeah, it's not meant for like standing up there at for like long times, but it's like a maintenance like railing essentially.
Completely understand that.
Yeah.
With a full crew complement, would we have ordinary lookouts as well up there?
You've got people patrolling the deck as well. And a lot of people working on the deck. Now that you don't have a ship's wheel, you do have lookouts where the wheel would be, because it's the highest point of that sort of deck, because that's like the midpoint between the walkway. It's really hard to continuously post people on that walkway. It's literally there as maintenance, like access to the balloon. But that back area is more like a fortified mini tower at this point, without the wheel. So that is where the marine stays a lot stationed, and it has a direct communication lines to the observation deck.
Okay. I would imagine that I would have done this knowing the ship. Put a locker in there with the marksman's crossbow and make the marine aware that it's there.
Okay. No problem.
Does he look disgusted by insinuating that he would use a crossbow? The marine.
No, he's
That
like,
seems
he
very
just goes,
proud.
got it.
very proud of using a gun earlier.
Well, this thing is like a sniper rifle. Remember, it's got like a scope on the top of it.
Oh, I know. I'm judging him, not the idea. You're fine.
He looks at it. He gets it out, and he's like, "I can't use this, mate, because he's a halfling, and it's
I understand entirely.
You're both looking at this crossbow that is bigger than both of you, and it's just like, this is artillery for you two. Whilst so like, if it was mounted, and you can technically, I know you can put it in a rested position. It does have a, like, that was its thing, but it would need certainly a bit more than just its standard mountings for this individual to use it.
We gotta find a home.
I'll ask him about that. Like, should we turret mount this?
It's not a bad idea. Depends if you want it at the front or the back. The real problem is, unlike this being a normal ship where you could have cannon here and the sails be not too in the way, I'm not too happy about firing a bolt right near a giant balloon. So our arc of fire would be far more limited in terms. It's more the artillery piece. It's like it wouldn't be as free shooting. But we could always use it for the front or the back. Also, it doesn't have to be up here. It could be on a one level down, shooting out of a hole or an area.
I feel like having at least a 360 degree.
I mean, there is also the little balcony bit around the old captain's cabins areas. Like, it has a little back of the ship balcony area.
Yeah, but that's basically giving you a 180 arc, whereas if you have it mounted at the top, it'd be 360.
It would be 360.
Except for the mast.
Except for the mast poles. Yes.
I will consider it. Do you, with your expertise, would it be better in the back or in the front?
Thanks for a moment.
The front is where we are more likely to come across enemies, most likely, and it could support us on the ground, perhaps. But in the back, it is at least fortified by these walls.
Ship's got a bow, right? Like it actually reaches out a little bit, because that's a structural thing for the.
Yeah, so if it was on the bow, then we could use it to shoot down. You could support us from the sky.
Yeah.
They both have their cost pro-con. Personally, I'd put it at the back, but that's only if we're thinking about aerial engagement. If you want it for a support weapon, I wouldn't even put it on this desk. I'd find a way to mount it in the hull and shoot out that way.
Some kind of gunner's position that we can jut out of the back.
Or near the observation deck, yeah.
Okay, I will consider this the next time we upgrade the ship.
All right.
It would be too big a task to do while we are in the sky.
Yeah, please don't make a hole in the ship while we're flying.
No promises.
It's his ship. He can do what he wants.
With that, I'll walk away.
He begins to...
But it will stay in the locker here until then.
Puts it back in the locker.
What, are you afraid of taking on water?
You can always give it to one of the other crew if you find someone who is a suitable marksman.
Got a hole in the boat. We're taking on air.
Okay.
In fact, yeah, see if you can find, of the crew that we have here, who the best marksmen are, and we can assign them appropriately.
I could
As we happen to know a Marine.
Well, yeah, I could also take that test, as Darius probably needs something to do.
I have been offering to make you a bow for years, and you've been saying no.
I've known you for less than 6 months.
That is years in no years.
It's not.
It is not really. We say
That's
have to
not
say
how
years.
time works. But yeah, I'll take. Even with this shitty bow, I'm still good. I don't want you. I don't need.
If you use the crossbow, please use the crossbow. I use the blunderbuss.
No, I'm not saying I'll do it. I'm saying I'll find somebody. I'll find somebody to use that.
I will leave it to you two. You are the experts. I have engines that may be on fire.
Right. Probably should deal with that.
Yeah,
I don't like this. I don't like this Marine.
And with the storm abated and the travel beginning, we're going to go ahead and take our break. So, use this time, grab yourselves a drink, have a stretch, and we will see you shortly. Okay, and we are back. So, welcome back to the second half of tonight's broadcast. The Skyfire Company on the Skyfire ship, they've got a great naming convention going through, has just burst through some clouds in the sky to safety after escaping a storm. So,
You know, now that you say that, Midge, it just pointed out the irony of if the Skyfire Adventuring Company died because their Skyfire ship caught fire in the sky, like the life lessons write themselves about tempting fate.
Skyfire, fired by the sky, killing Skyfire.
Now, see, if I was a GM, I would try and make that your fate the whole campaign. But as a player, I want to avoid it as much as possible. Because
Like, as a DM, it's poetic justice and great writing. As a player, fuck that. I don't want to be the guy who went out that way.
but the thing is, it's not great writing now because we've pointed it out.
Yeah, see, ha.
Lampshade.
There we go.
Lampshaded it, yep.
So,
Pretty sure we
Unless you're
just cheated.
subverting expectations, Midge. Then you have to do it.
is there... So, that is the travel event for the first week of travel. Is there anything anyone would like to do roleplay-wise in that? Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll every day for what happens in terms of the travel, especially in these skyship scenarios, because there's far less. You're not meeting people on the road. You're not meeting other ships. Like,
Hopefully.
I like to see Zedaar's reaction to the shrine.
yeah, absolutely. So, Zep, with a massive grin on his face, after all of the hubbub of the day,
Ruby's there too.
it invites you to see a surprise, and we'll go to the roleplay of that.
Zedaar, 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 Zedaar. Hey, Zedaar,
You are more excited than usual.
Zedaar, Zedaar. Oh, yeah. There is something you should see in your room.
Okay.
It is something strange. I do not really understand where it came from.
Roll deception.
You are
Roll
good
deception
friends.
just to see this.
Okay, deception. Oh, I'm good at this.
At 20.
That's a 4.
Not a nat 20.
Zeb, you are a good friend, but your excitement has a chance to give some away. I am going to do you the benefit of a favor and not ask what is waiting for me in my room. I am just going to open the door.
Okay.
Arch is going to open the door, and I guess you should paint me the picture of what he sees in the room. Like, how is this set up in his room?
So, all of the lights have been turned out. Around, in the center of the room, what looks to be a giant platinum dragon egg surrounded by candles has been placed on a little, what seems to be like a mobile little workshop bench for now, as this looks like it was used to push it up here. And then
And
also
a
below
saxophone
it, you
starts playing.
see your prayer mat below it, like sort of next to it. But you're quite perceptive, and you notice that there is like a little slight raise to where the prayer mat would be in terms of where being flat with the floor.
You say giant, but when you say giant, I have to mean like this thing's probably not bigger than like a foot sphere, right? Because this is what 2 pounds of platinum.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
hollow.
it's hollow. It was put over a wire frame, so it's
Okay.
about
I
the
assumed it was
size of this
plated, not
AC unit.
printed.
Yeah.
That's bigger than I would have thought. Wow.
Yeah,
No.
it's taller
Zedaar
than on top of this table. It's taller than Zep standing.
Wow.
So yeah, my thinking actually is the AC unit that you have behind you, Zedaar, it's probably that size as the egg, and then when it opens up, it's bigger.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, so maybe Bahamut brought this, or some. I don't really know. Maybe you should go onto the mat and say thank you.
Okay.
Is Ruby there?
Yeah, Ruby's
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Zedaar will step over and just kind of like kneel down on the mat, and as it just watching it kind of open up, he would just kind of stare at it for a long moment, like kind of lost in thought at what he was saying. Like, I'm sorry if you were like expecting him to like his eyes light up like he's seeing the sky for the first time, but he's kind of looking at it like in a strange, like, not like he's seeing a mockery, but like after a few minutes he's like,
This is interesting.
I hope you do not think that I am taking your god in lightly here, but
It reminds me of the toys they had in Othrae.
yeah. But this is... I have wanted to do something to show my appreciation, and I'm sure it is the same with Ruby, for all that you have brought to the Skyfire group. And this is the best way that we have to express this.
We know it means something to you. I wanted you to let you know that you mean something to us.
She said.
Sentiment is noted. It is impeccable craftsmanship. Even I can see that. And I did not mean to treat it as if it was created like a toy to be an insult. Something like this would have been a monument to a craftsman's art in the homeland. And many thanks would have been given to Bahamut for its creation. I will cherish it, thank you.
Of course.
Most welcome. By the way, if you give me the recipe for your dragon talons, I will make them.
Zedaar gives you a look like you're trying to wrestle in on my game.
You are a cook. Allow me to bake. This one thing.
If you don't give it to me, Zedaar, I'm going to get it from somebody else. Othrae, when we get there, you know that, right?
That would be a betrayal of my trust.
And then he'll proceed to write down the recipe.
She's grinning. She knows he's playing.
Sure.
I do hope you do not think that this was too much, but I have always had a way with clockwork things, and I wanted to do something for you, which was maybe a bit different.
You know, if you were to show me this years ago, I would have said this is a gross misuse of resources and product,
but like at this point he's wearing his own amulet that is crafted out of basically solid platinum that was enchanted with, you know, magics and all sorts of things. He has his bracer that is made out of like silver that has the piece of topaz that was carved into a gem set into it that is like basically the monument to the dragons that we're now searching for.
I feel I have changed as a person coming on this journey. Not for the worse, but definitely there has been something that has expanded about who I am. And I think it is a wonderful creation. And Bahamut would be proud to have laid eyes upon it himself. It is something to rejoice in the miracle of craftsmanship, and, well, the intention is almost as important as the craft itself.
Anyway, I will leave you.
I imagine Zedaar would also spend some time just like really examining it in absolute detail. Just
It's
looking it over.
It's a stroke of genius, like in terms of the work.
No,
And
absolutely, like he absolutely picks up like this was an immaculate craft. This is beautiful work.
And the thing is, yes, it's like a little bit gaudy with how it's an egg and then opens up into the dragon with the claw behind it and the two wings. But when it's like, when the pressure is done, and it's just stood there, and the with the iridescent like white flames for the eye that just then refracts around the metal, it does just look like a super crafted shine. And then, yeah, it's like, it's quite beautiful. While it's not Atrian in style, it is heartfelt and it is immaculate.
It's funny that you point it that way, because I imagine with Zedaar's reference on this, this is stylized in Bahamut, and it was made... Like, I don't know if the term gaudy would be applicable in his vocabulary for something like this. This is a work to Bahamut. It is lavish, and it is praise of a deity, so gaudy doesn't quite have... he wouldn't consider it a fitting word.
Yeah.
It is just something that he finds reverential.
It's... You're looking at it... The way you've got to look at it is like... Rather than your culture's depiction of what it would be, it's another interpretation. And it's a very beautiful one. It's just... The tuition you've had throughout your life and the way you've lived before is... It's the tradition versus like a new stuff argument. But Zedaar can definitely respect the craft for sure, as you said.
It is a
and definitely
art.
It definitely would be that clash. I mean, this is Lederung's land, like progress and technology versus more traditional Thor, and that is very much represented in this piece.
Is there anything else anyone would like to do throughout the week outside of just general downtime tasks?
So I want to make a composite longbow.
Okay.
Ruby's going to start training in the ability to focus on 2 spells at the same time.
Okay.
Ooh. Wait, at
some point, Darius's short bow is going overboard. He's gonna have to accept a replacement.
It may or may not.
At some point, this thing's gonna get enchanted just through sheer awesomeness. It's killed 2 dragons.
If you wanted enchanted, it could also be enchanted. Just ask.
No, it has to happen. It has to happen through legend.
That's not how that works.
Darius doesn't know that.
The composite longbow is makeable by you. You can knock that out. The fact that you rolled a 31 earlier, not gonna make you roll. We know it's just gonna be a high number. It's not. You're not enchanting anything. You're making a longbow.
It's a box standard longbow.
Yeah.
Good one, but
with everything that's gone on and with this in his room, after getting not used to it, but just having some time to appreciate it longer, Zedaar would eventually invite Gourd to see it, to get his opinion of this craft, because he knows he also worships Bahamut.
You would have found me out on the upper decks. That's pretty much where I stay.
On the catwalk.
Yeah. I only kind of come down for like food and stuff like that, or to sleep, but
You're not helping the stereotype.
Every now and then mewing at people is...
He also found a box. He's in there a lot.
Like a creepy furred gargoyle.
That's like being high. What can we say?
Yep. So you would bring me down to this statue, I'm guessing?
Yeah, like he would just invite you to his room and to see something that was created, just to see your opinion on it, and basically like let you see it, explain, how the mechanism can be activated. Let him get a first-hand experience of what the craft was too.
Well, I would go up and kind of kneel down in front of it, watch it in its glory. Kind of admire it because it's shiny. And then I would kind of, just turn back around, and this is a lot of work, and it's very valuable, I imagine.
Valuable, yes, for time, effort, and resources. That is not even to say the magic that went into making it. I'm not sure if I properly expressed my gratitude for it. It is a work of art, to be certain. I do not know if it would be accepted in a temple, but it would certainly be accepted in common society, I would like to think. I was curious what you thought of it, as it is different than what might be accepted as a religious icon.
I come from very simple means, and I don't place much stock in wealth.
All the better to get your opinion on this.
As beautiful and as a work of art as it is, I would have to say it belongs better as a showpiece than as a item of religious significance, as an idol of your deity, of our deity.
They don't like it, Zep. It's okay.
I'm not there. I walked off.
I know, we're gone.
It is an amazing work of art, as you had said, and I can't dispute that at all. And he'll hold out his little kind of amulet that's just carved wood and, very simple, like bound with, leather cordage. And he's like, but this is...
Stark contrast to the fact that Zedaar's got a full-on platinum chain into a platinum, medallion that is the dragon claw.
Yeah, so...
That was the one lavish thing he had done with all the money he made from Lagrun's land.
So I've found that this suffices sufficiently for me.
But that is the key, isn't it? It is the faith and the stock that you put into it.
Yes.
It is unusual, but the work that went into it from people who care about what I think, that keeps the connection all the more important. I feel closer to Bahamut, not because it is such a likeness of Bahamut, but because it is something that people who felt it was important to them went through all the effort to make for me.
And within that, that's an expression of your companionship more than an expression of your faith. You bear your faith. He gave it to you as a gift.
In the town where I came from, it was an act of community to be faithful. Everyone had their role. You worked together. The temple coming together to create something that would be an act of worship is something that we would do together. To give something like this as a gift is to include them in that faith. And they may not have realized the significance of giving something like this, but the importance of it is...
Zedaar's not an individual to tear up. He's expressionless. He's a dragonborn, but he seems moved to you. I imagine as one of the more insightful individuals on the ship.
I feel I cannot adequately express just how much it would mean to me.
Well, maybe trying to reciprocate with a gift of your own might help embody what you're feeling instead of placing it into words.
It is something I do not feel can be justified in just giving a gift. I choose to share it with you to also include you in that community.
I'll kind of bow my head graciously and thank you for that.
The others may take some time to come around to you, Gourd, but I consider you a member of this group as much as any of them. I trust in faith, and I do want you to know that.
I will keep that to heart, and I won't betray that. I won't betray any of you. You kept me out of chains and from becoming a fugitive, so I owe a little bit of a further debt.
Thank you. I know that it will be well placed.
As far as this goes, it is beautiful.
It
And
is.
within that beauty, we will worship it, or send our worship up to Bahamut accordingly, regardless of what our personal feelings about its extravagance are. It will suffice. More than, actually.
And I imagine with that, Zedaar would just... They could continue their conversation, but at that point, it's probably more of just that appreciation.
Yep. Maybe sitting down and having a group prayer, I guess.
Okay.
A lot of exchanges of like... I imagine also Zedaar would be very curious to learn about like his personal tenets of faith and like the difference in how he was raised and like the litanies and stuff that he would have been taught as a child versus like growing up in a place that wasn't Atria and what they learned and their stories about Bahamut and the different view of like someone who isn't a dragon worshiping a dragon. There's a divide there that I'm sure he would be very interested in seeing the differences in that faith and religion.
Well, if it almost that's kind of like the difference between branches of Christianity.
Yeah, no, that's the point. Like he is curious about it rather than seeing it as like an affront. Like he is fascinated to see how other cultures have come to worship his own god. But yeah, no, that's what they're doing now.
Okay.
If you'd like, after session or another time, I could fill you in on a little bit of his backstory that would kind of give you that information a little bit.
Sure, there will be time to talk about that. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, notes to all of you playing. There's an in-character conversation channel on the Discord now. If you want to have that, like a text in-character conversation. So if you ever need to talk in character outside of the realms of the game, we can do stuff there. Light conversation, not about roles.
Mm-hmm.
Continue the roleplay throughout the week. DM tip right there. Okay, so on the yeah, you got something?
Yeah, I had one thing. So at some point during the week, without acknowledging it at all, Darius comes down to breakfast and he has shaved his beard off. It is gone. So clean shaven below there. The mustache has remained though.
So what you're saying is this giant poster here is already out of date.
That was the one. That was the out of character reason I was resisting that suggestion, but it makes a lot of sense. So yes, it already is. Beard's gone. Mustache remains, and the hair is trimmed a little bit because he's kind of classic medieval, so he doesn't cut his hair at all, but it's in his life, so but he's cut it a little bit, and he makes no acknowledgement to anybody, and if anybody looks like they're about ready to, he like looks at them pointedly because he is visibly uncomfortable.
Ruby says nothing. There is, however, a serving of bear claws that morning.
Like all bear claws.
Dragon talons, excuse me.
You do it, better do that shit right.
Oh yeah, and you get temporary hit points from them. They're really well made. They are to Zedaar's recipe, but there's something she added, and for whatever reason, you don't know what it is, but it just seems to bring out the flavor more. It's not different, it's just more flavorful.
Zedaar does not complain about it not being authentic, but there is definitely the thought in his head, this is not authentic.
And if your auntie had wheels, she'd have been a bike. Yeah, it's not the same.
Damn it.
Ow.
Anyway.
It can be improved, but if it's changed, it's not authentic.
She didn't change the recipe. There's just something about it that just more flavor is drawn out of it.
Okay.
The
because she's a
details are finer
That's
because she
fair,
doesn't have
but-
talons to work around when she's molding the
Yeah,
dough.
they look more like bear claws for some reason than dragon talons.
No,
Wrapped
no,
foods
no,
in the
no,
kitchen.
no. She's a chef. She's good at what she does.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so
Also, there's a composite longbow sitting outside of Darius's room at the end of probably day 2 or 3.
Shit's get thrown in the trash can. You know it.
It remains there.
With a
It
quiver.
remains there until somebody on the crew steals it, inevitably.
there is, but yeah. So this week goes on through, except for on the 6th day, Braun comes up to you, Zep, and says, I do not know. Of course, I'm sure you'll remember, but it is national holiday today.
I work out which day it is today.
Yes, it will be the 3rd of Harvest End. So it is Kinder Crystal. It is Warforged birthday. I do not know why I am Russian. I'm sorry, I've lost his accent. German. I've got to. Yeah, there we go.
Braun, you okay?
You gotta find the set phrase.
It
for
is
the voice.
Kinder Crystal, and I, of course, I'm going to take the day off.
Yeah, of course. As is your right. Is there anything I can do to celebrate with you? I'm sure there is something that we do, but
We have a
Mordred
drink
doesn't-
later. We'll have a drink later. No, it's actually a day where Warforged actually kind of bizarre. To anyone who doesn't know the culture, it's rather unique. They basically go into sentry mode for the entire day, facing towards Dagrung's land at all times, towards where the Festung was, and then at night time, their crystal hearts and the crystal parts of their body glow brighter for some reason that only the Warforged know, really.
Great communion.
The
Sorry,
crystals that we were all given.
Speculating out loud.
Do the crystals that we were all given as like reward things, do they glow as well?
No, they do not have souls in it. That would be
Okay, it's
dark.
the soul bit that's glowing then, okay.
Yeah, it's not just a
In a
random day of the
different
year
campaign.
where every diamond glows. Like, yeah, it's
Well,
No,
these are just normal
Just
crystals.
looking at the
You're
soul
giving stuff.
screaming at me through the edge. Just like-
It's a tiny
It's
Warforged
beautiful.
spirit inside banging on it, trying to get out.
No, you stay there, bitch.
It's just
It's beautiful.
darker turn.
yes. If anyone
the
is,
to the right of it, guys. Are we the baddies?
but if anyone is on top deck in the evening, you do see Braun just glowing essentially towards the direction you came from.
And you know what? I'm going to use this opportunity to make something else, because that's apparently what I'm doing at the moment. And I'm going to make a one-hand bandit for his room.
Yeah, give me an artificer roll.
Is that his gift?
That's his gift.
I imagine that, like, the first time every single member of the party sees it, Zedaar would definitely be like,
Zep, is there something wrong with Braun?
That's a 34, because I'm doing Flash of Genius.
On this?
why not?
5 of them a day. I get 5 of them a day.
5 of them? Oh, wow. Okay, that's...
Yeah, artificers are broken.
Artificers are amazing.
And I'll explain
Broken.
what it's basically because the Warforged themselves don't have a birthday, they instead celebrate a day of the Warforged, and that is Kinder Crystal.
And Zep, give me a quick insight actually as well.
I love having Zep on our team, but I would hate having Zep as like a player
23.
in my campaign.
So you get finished up making the one-arm bandit, and it's like wall hanging, and yeah, it's again amazing. Don't know, you've made It looks like Vegas. That's I don't know how else to describe that, but you take a moment to go to the top deck, kind of half forgetting that Braun is in shutdown mode essentially all day, because you're so excited and you want him to see it. And when you get to the deck, you notice you look at Braun for a moment, and you've been around Warforged a lot of your life, and you've been around Braun for multiple times of this holiday. Something about his glow just seems a little brighter this time. A little more shine to him than normal.
And noticing that, I'm going to do something which is very, very out of character for Zap, because I'm just going to sit there as quietly and as stilly as Zap can manage.
Sure. And while you're on the top deck, give me a quick perception check as well.
One I'm not as good at. That's a 10.
Not too hard. You do also notice, as you take a perch, like leaning to the side, so he's like up on where the top of the captain's bit is, and you kind of take a perch like half on the stairs, just not to get too close to like disrupt him, but still like a quite visible point, and you're kind of sat near a barrel because the extra height. You look off to the side of the ship and you notice little speckles of glowing light as well. It's across Lagerong's land. Reds, blues, golds, greens, various other Warforged clearly observing the same tradition, but you've been in the sky before. You've seen this before, and it hasn't been a night. You remember this phenomenon when you were a kid, or younger, should I say, when you were working on the sky ships a lot more. Before Joanna went missing. And obviously the Warforged were always bright, and then you haven't noticed this intensity from the Kinder Crystal Day in many, many years. But you can speckle. And then there's a clump of large red light that's really obvious. And you think about it, and you can only surmise that that is troops on the move, but still observing the holiday. And yeah,
I'll just spend the rest of the day with him. Like, as busy as I was probably that morning to finish the run and bandit, I'm not as excited to show it off as I was the dragon to Zedaar. Like, at this point I've kind of gone, okay, this is something special, and I need to respect that.
Yeah. Okay. So, a week passes.
Everybody else who would have been aware for that, Zedaar was probably in the main observation chamber doing some crafting and herbalism, because he's going to be working on some potions just we have downtime here, and seeing that through the view screen below, imagine that must have been incredible.
Oh yeah, all of you do slowly pick this up throughout the day, and Lagerong's landers on the ship kind of let you know what this is, what's going on.
Mark continues to be impressed with the Warforged.
How long is it going to take us to get out of Lagerong's land?
You would have flown across the border that night. But yeah. So you have about another week of travel. So we're gonna need someone else in the party to roll a luck check to see what happens in this week.
And how far are we from Othrae? About a month, we said?
No, we said it was about 2 weeks, didn't we? Going 24 hours, 24/7, 13 days. Right. Okay, Zedaar, is that the luck?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There is no change to the weather. Is there anything anyone needs to do during this week?
Yeah, Zedaar's been spending his downtime basically crafting potions of healing. with
sure.
herbalism kit.
Absolutely. How many can you create per herbalism kit?
There's no limit. You need raw resources, which obviously I'll be happy to mark off the personal coin for that. That we add it to our
So it's
crafting materials.
half the price of a potion basically for the crafting component need. So it's 25 gold.
Sure. I'll mark off. You know what? For instance, this is a party. I'll go ahead and mark off. I'll call it 500 gold pieces. From the converting 500 gold pieces from the party loot to crafting materials for this, basically.
Right. So that's
it would be 20 potions.
20 potions, yeah.
Worth.
Okay. I will add 20 more potions of healing.
Jesus.
And that's basically like Zedaar's just putting that in the storeroom. If the crew needs it for an emergency, they have access to it. If the party wants to take some, they have access to it. It is just this is emergency healing if no one else can be reached. These are basically like your pseudo med kits. If somebody takes a bad hit, they're like, they just need to be healed quickly.
Cool.
Keep going like that, we could have first aid boxes like in all the compartments.
That's kind of the idea, yeah. Like it's not a huge heal, but it will save somebody from dying, and that's what's important.
Oh.
And actually, during your time making these potions, Moses Moss actually joins you and helps you prepare and make those, because he is also proficient as an apothecary and can make potions. So, yeah.
He is more than welcome to help me do this.
When I'm not up on the catwalk, I would be spending time amongst the crew, just like getting to know each one of them a little bit. Like, hey, how are you? What's your name?
Sure. I'm not giving you NPC names for every member of the ship.
Fine.
There is 70.
No.
There are 70 commodores flying on this ship right now.
That's Jam, that's Steve, that's Fred, that's Dick, that's Richard.
I know.
Steve 2, Fred 3,
Hans, Wilhelm, Hans. So you got it from
Veterans
Lego
names, yeah.
It's
oh yeah, that's true. We should rename the catwalk to the
Owen.
boardwalk, by the way.
That's my son's name. Oh.
Edward.
Ruby's father's name.
Yeah, exactly. It's just.
I want to spend any time that I wasn't doing anything else. I am going to try. Darius is trying to not think about being on a sky ship by working with the crew and trying to train up their abilities in a combat situation.
Which members of the crew? Just general ones, or?
I think it's good to have everyone be able, or at least know what to do. Like, if we get a dragon attack, run. For most of us, is just get out of the way. Would be, kind of like action plans, responses. The ones that show promise, training them a little bit to be like a little ad hoc. Because I don't think we have like an actual complement we don't have a combat complement.
You have one marine, and then some of your officers know how to fight.
Exactly. So
a total of 4 extra fighters outside of the Skyfire Adventuring Company.
So out of the 70 commoners, we should be able to have at least like 10 cannon fodder that can hold a sword.
Okay. Roll me.
I mean, probably be easier to teach them just how to point and load a crossbow. Be a lot more efficient too.
I don't think we got that many crossbows. And never mind, we got zapped. We got 5 crossbows.
You just see me going. I heard your mic turn on.
These are light crossbows, so these are like really baseline, easy to point and fire crossbows.
I realized what I was saying while I was saying it. I was like, no, that's not right.
They're already sitting preloaded in a rack.
Yeah.
So they
So-
don't even need to learn how to load them. It's just you point,
I'm
you shoot,
training
then
them
you
in
run.
basic marksmanship, and then also basic combat
Roll
drill.
me a D100.
Oh Jesus!
I'd make sure he knew their names too.
Really get personal with them, which Darius is not.
This is the wrong person to know that. Darius is the wrong one. He can barely remember the 2 people that are sworn to him.
Yeah, I'd walk by.
Neither can the rest of us.
I'd walk by
There's
during
Patrick
his...
and the
yeah.
other one.
Drake,
Drake.
right?
Drake, yes, that's also Roach.
He says
How do
Zedaar
I
would be
do
the
a,
one to
how do I
remember.
do a dice? How do I do a D100? What's the
Slash.
man?
/die. No,
Oh, right.
Or you could do slash die. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
die.
Slash die
Actual dice
100.
Yeah.
D100.
One D100.
D100 slash die. Yep. Cool. Oh, 98.
Wow.
Wow.
So either good or bad.
Holy shit.
It's either really bad or really good.
You?
So what 18 do
Okay.
I have?
Just
Zeb.
turn these conscripts into Tempesta Scions is what you did.
Zeb. How many crossbows can you make in a week?
98.
I think that's going to be a similar. That's going to be a similar question to Zedaar. It's more of how many resources do I have?
Yeah.
I mean, we could have funded a lot of resources going out. Like, he just spent 500 for the potions, but I mean, we have over 2 grand in party loot that we could have.
Because
Yeah,
right
I'm-
now, the thing that's
I have
holding
my-
back Darius training the crew is there for archery usage. There is his crappy bow and the composite longbow that you made.
I have 302 gold pieces worth of crafting materials in my personal stash. So
Well, let's
Okay,
see what a
so
basic
how
bow
much?
costs.
How much is a basic bow or crossbow? Like, and it would be
A
to
light
cost.
crossbow
I like
is
5 gold and crafting costs are half that, so it'd be 13.
25, and yeah, a regular short bow would be.
I mean, if we want heavy crossbows, I could probably do a bunch of those. I could do 6.
yeah, light crossbow is 25 gold.
It's 25 between both of the types, so
Yeah.
whichever they feel better with. And they
So
have the exact
up to you. Would
same
you prefer them to have bows or
stats.
crossbows? And you,
regular bows do a D8 instead of a D6? Just saying.
Heavy crossbows would be 10.
And I also, well, those are also martial weapons. I imagine like crossbows,
Yeah.
the drilling and learning how to fire them would be quick and efficient and easy. You just pick it, point it, shoot it, and then like Vomer said, if it's a dangerous situation, you obey it, you just drop it and go for cover. Like
Run.
you take a shot and you hide. You,
Hey, if
you
it's-
help where you can and then you hide. You don't have to risk your life.
Dragon, demon spider, shit golem, run. If they ask what the shit golem comment is, I do not reference it. There is no further explanation.
Mental, Please.
But yeah, no, crossbow. Let's do light crossbows. So it's 25 gold pieces. If you need extra money for this,
So it'd be 13 because again, crafting costs are half that. So it'd be I can make up to 23 with my current stash. If we spend more, I can make more.
We can, so we can refill those crafting costs. We can.
can you take 82 extra gold
is
pieces?
that including ammunition?
No.
82 gold pieces for make that an even. Make that an even one, or not even. Make it a 182 gold pieces.
I mean, that is indeed even.
It is even, but yeah, 182 gold pieces. That way, I get to a flat number. So 3,700.
In terms of bolts,
You can make 20 for 1 gold.
yeah, so
couple
5
thousand.
silver.
Give me a couple of artificer checks. I'm just trying to work out if you can churn these out in a week.
How quickly you're making them, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Artificer.
No,
I'm
exactly.
getting
Accidentally
this-
creates masterworks.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense Midge wasn't prepared for me to
27.
roll that high.
28.
Just keep rolling until he tells you no.
18.
One more.
18.
We were looking for 10 guys who knew how to point a crossbow, and now it's just like every man on the ship has been drilled with the how to properly
First
point a
platoon!
crossbow.
So you
Report to
can you
training.
can make 20 crossbows in that time.
First man carries the crossbow, second man carries the bolts.
And training starts off a little slow because you're having to wait for Zep to pump out more crossbows before you can.
They have a wooden cutout of a crossbow. Just training them
Yeah,
with
the
it.
people are using wood. Like you've got So what that first roll was, the D100 was a percentage of the crew that have an aptitude for combat. 98%.
You were kidding, Midge. These guys were well picked, apparently.
Well, hey, if you're hiring and you ask no questions other than are you gonna kill us? that's basically that was our question. We pay a lot. Are you gonna murder us? No. All right.
Your thing was, we're willing to pay your salary. We've got food and like board on and cooks on board. We're doing pretty more than decent food. We are not going to war.
We're not sailing directly to battle.
Despite your names, you are the Skyfire Adventuring Company who in Legoron's land brought home the heir to the kingdom. Like there was a lot of factors going into that. But yeah, so 98% of the crew had an aptitude for combat. Of that, you have managed to train around 30 of them to fire a crossbow so far.
Cool.
And that's basic. It's not like first platoon fire. You're not line infantry.
I'm not looking for that.
We basically taught a bunch of commoners how to fire a light crossbow. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's fine. We have no targets. Like we're in the middle of the sky, so it's just it's like I'm asking somebody to make a minor image about 100 feet off the side of the boat and just shoot for that.
Valmir just
the
there.
equivalent of conscript squads.
We'll just hook up targets on ropes and we'll just swing them. So they shoot off the side of the deck.
These are commoners.
I
don't want any
minor illusion. I can do that.
I don't want any concrete thing on the ship that they have to shoot at, because if one of them messes up, that boat's going right up into a balloon.
Or worse, it goes off the side and somebody down below is really going to catch it.
Yeah, we don't want a master commander this.
This is the ocean where those bolts are just going to hit the water. Those could hit somebody.
Yeah, though, any training needs to be done probably inside a firing range set up inside the cargo bay.
Yeah, something like that. But either way, I also put 182 gold pieces down for ammunition. So just whatever that makes for ammo.
I was going to say so one set of bolts per crossbow would be 270 gold worth of crafting mats.
All right. Well, I put 182 down. So whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
that way it's even.
You have those resources. We will reimburse you from the party loot when we get to the next place to do that. You can
just take it from the party loot, because that's the kind of thing we would give to the quartermaster and to the merchant to buy for us when we get to the next place.
Yeah. So
so 88 gold from the party loot, unless we pay for the whole thing, in which case 270 from the party loot, and then you can keep your money.
I'd rather put some money down for this.
I'm gonna put something else on the party sheet actually, just so we just so I know it. How do I edit the party sheet again?
Are you on the right computer?
Yeah.
I know you're not, because you're looking at the wrong screen.
Thank you.
Got you, Mitch. It's all good.
It's just ingrained for me to use my actual computer for this. Like, that's all it is. So settings, currencies, and
2,000 crossbow bolts. Armory full of crossbows. And yeah, for flavor's sake, training them how to shoot, and then giving them contingency plans about things that might happen and what to do during them. Also, if they need to defend these places of the ship, engine room, what's the control room called?
Observation deck. I've added a section on your party sheet for how much money you are giving the trader, and that's in GP, by the way, for them to go out and facilitate trade with.
I don't think you updated the GP though, because it was 500 from the funding for the potion brewing, and then it would have been another 88 for the funding for the crafting materials and such.
Okay, no worries.
So, just for your sake of math, Midge, that would
Then we have
will be 1642.
20 light crossbows and 2,000 bolts.
Really, it is 2,000 bolts.
Well, it's 10 times 20, so 200.
Wow.
So how many was that? Sorry.
1642, and 20
Sorry,
crossbows,
20.
200 bolts.
20 crossbows.
400, sorry.
Not to interrupt a compelling case, but we are getting bogged down in the logistics again.
No, I agree. We should move on.
Okay. Okay, so
Did our Marine do anything during that whole situation?
yeah.
Okay. I still don't like him.
He showed off how much better his gun is than a light crossbow.
Did he show off? That's what he did. Didn't help training at all.
It's taking a moment to while this happens. I'll add those in a bit. For some reason the weapons archive isn't opening. Okay, so I have a question. Valmir,
Yes.
you want this private?
No, they can. They're okay to listen.
Okay. Either way. Oh, one of the hang on, small technical difficulty on that screen. Great, that's helpful. Valmir, you one night you settled down to you settled down, you light a candle in the darkness of your cabin, and you really begin to meditate and focus in on just the flicker of the flame, the apparent darkness around it as well. And as you breathe in the familiar grip that took you one dreamless night begins to take hold. In front of you, you instinctively, without opening your eyes, take off the trophies and set them around the candle. You feel a presence there, but no voice comes to you yet. What would you like to do?
I'm just going to be just trying to reach out with my mind and like impart that I have brought these gifts to you. I have attempted on multiple occasions to bring larger game, but have been thwarted at the final hurdle. I hope the effort is appreciated.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
$30-20.
Okay. I need to count numbers. This is going to be a bit of a technical test here. I need to double check how I sound. Hello. I can't There we go.
Testing. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Can you hear me?
Sorry, this is the first time I've used this.
You might want to lower the reverb just a bit. It's like hello. Like it's very heavy.
Is this better? I'll put it down a little bit. Child, you have done well. I take this gift from you. And without even opening your eyes, in fact, you feel like you can't. You feel something shift in front of you. And then a quick breath as the flame of the candle snuffs out. You are doing well. This is acceptable. I have something I require of you.
Whatever it is that you ask for, I will do my very best to provide.
In the path you are heading, you would come across a lady with a single red eye. Root her out. Dispatch her. And bring me a lock of her hair. The same way you bring me these trophies.
Your will be done.
Gourd. And with that, you feel the darkness shift away from your being, and you are brought back to your cabin. The air around you feels warm and slightly sulphurous, and the cabin is dark, but so your dark vision takes over, and you notice that the objects that you laid in front of you, the trophies, have gone. And instinctively, for some reason, you go to your notebook. And where you know you've been writing and taking mention with all the details of how you dispatched these creatures, these beings in the name of your father of power. The words have been replaced with infernal. The book's pages now littered with the lines, I will submit to the Father of Power. I will submit to the Father of Power, over and over and over. And on the final page of the notebook, the shadowed face with horns revealing from the smoke. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Shit myself? Gonna need a new notebook.
Just write in the margins.
Okay. There's nothing else?
Lady, I'm just going to mull over the description he gave me of this lady with a single eye. And try and commit it, so I'm looking out for this person from now on.
Sure. Okay. So, group, anything else you want to do with your downtime for this week? Okay. Travel goes eventfully. Unlike the bumpy beginning to your journey, the ship seems to have found itself a rhythm. The new recruits finding their jobs, finding their stations, getting used to the command. You see various members of the crew and the officer, doing their task, but also directing and teaching, or getting people in line, throwing out discipline. But eventually, not 13 days after you left, on the 12th of Harvest End, around noon, you see a sky tower. Ruby, from the open porthole that you have at your mess as you're prepping lunch, you notice it first. You know that you've been flying over the Nardathel for a long time. This is the first definite sign that you are near home. As Pitfully meets you on the horizon, and Marcus calls for the ship to begin landing procedures. Are you going to dock on the Sky Tower in the city, or are you parking outside? You park and ride, or are we getting bused to the city centre, Mordred?
I mean, that's really up to Ruby. She knows this.
She's not the captain of a ship.
No, but you know more about this city.
The only place she knows that has the actual Sky Tower is the capital, which is not where we are. So landing procedures.
No, Othrae Pitfully has a Sky Tower. There's Sky Towers feature, because I think this has come up multiple times. So because of how the larger ones work, they actually have to essentially ping to towers to get through. So the network goes Redshin, Crystalhaven. There are smaller ones in Legrungsland, and then to Givalu, the capital of the Nardathel, and then to Pitfully in Othrae before going across the ocean to the capital of Korzak, of the Principality of Korzak.
A park.
So there is a Sky Tower here.
May as well park up at the Sky Tower then.
Park at the Sky Tower.
Okay.
I will also try to gather the group at some point before we leave.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
You can do so. Party, you may gather.
So, I don't know the situation. I left here in a hurry, and I was swiftly brought to Retbury right after what happened. There is a significant possibility of somebody trying to arrest me. If that happens, don't fight them.
Question. The Sky Tower, is it technically part of Lederungsland? Because it's in the embassy, isn't it?
Yes, they count as the city's embassies. So, yes, it is sovereign Legrungsland territory.
Oh,
So
wow.
when we arrive from the Sky Tower, you will still technically be in Lederungsland. From there, we can make inquiries as to your legal status.
My home is actually not in Pittville, it's in Givriamoville. But, yes, inquiries would be nice to know if I should expect to be arrested when I depart from the ship. I apologize for any discomfort you all are going to experience in the next few days.
Why is this place so bad?
No, but when my family last saw me, a city was being burned to the ground. I don't know if I'm the culprit, although I suspect I am. Being accused of it at the very least.
Like the whole city?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doubt it was only you. I've seen you barely be able to burn a ship.
Respectfully, Darius, you have seen a candle before a bonfire. And the depths to which my power can reach can... I don't know their limits yet. Anyway, take us in, Zep.
So you mean to tell us that you don't know if you burned this city down?
I don't know if it was me. I don't know if it was somebody else. But I know that I survived, and not many others did, if any.
Well, then let's be careful. I will say we will stay on the ship for now. Lena, our trader, will make landfall. I understand that Lena is quite good at getting information. She is the merchant and has an ability to do this.
I have a few people in the city, or at least nearby, that would be good for information. And the spies that Ruby paid for.
Yep.
She will then give their names.
I'll call on Lena for this, so that she can be involved in this talk.
I'll go with the merchant into the city. Got nothing against this place. This doesn't know me.
Sure. So
I'll also go.
Lena enters the room. Here I was called upon for something. Master Skyspan is there. I see we are making landfall. Do you wish to discuss parcel of trade, or is something else the matter?
There is something else. I am well aware of our guild's capabilities at getting information from other merchants, and there is some information that we could do with having.
Brokerage, okay. What are we talking?
And with that, I'll glance towards Ruby.
I'd like to know the comings and goings of the family of Sunderstar, and the current legal status of one Anrayne Sunderstar.
Okay. I'm sure I can do this. Add 20 gold into the parcel and I will make it happen.
Zedaar was going to kick 100 gold pieces at the party loot and just say, this will cover partially your funding for extra trade and anything you need to just talk to the right people.
Ruby raises an eyebrow at that.
You are making my life as an apprentice much easier. I'm very glad I took this assignment.
We expect you to make money off of this. If we want you to do that, we should invest in you properly.
It will be done.
You've only been with us for 2 weeks, so don't say that early.
Be careful. Those in Othrae play a very dangerous game in politics.
I am from Kozak. If you get politics wrong there, you either have to buy your weight or fight it out. Whilst
They'll
we
just
are
kill you here.
I'm pretty wise with my tongue.
Maybe there should be more gnomes in Kozak.
I trust in your skill. Be safe.
Okay.
Starvation is a choice.
So, those of you, you can all see this basically from the skyship dock anyway. Piffley is a classic medieval city. It's ringed in a wall, and for miles there is no major town anywhere. It is surrounded by tenant farms and like farmsteads and rolling hills. Like the thing that you've noticed as well about flying across the kingdoms of the Netherfell is most of the land is arable in some way. It is farmland and farmland galore. Those of you from Netherfell know, and also who have been versed in any sort of trade, a majority of food worldwide comes from Netherfell. It is a bread basket, which is one of the reasons why the kingdoms had to form a council of kings rather than it being one full empire, is because these nations are very rich from various food and agriculture trade that they've been able to fund their existence continued. Othrae is very well known for wine, so also a lot of the things you've seen are rolling fields of vineyards and wineries. And you actually notice it's very clear that there is a quarter for this city that is like a brewing quarter. You can see, because the smoke is not that of an anvil, so it's very clear where that portion of industry is. But it is a higgledy-piggledy, winding street medieval city below you. There is the sky tower is kind of on the western side and has a market square below it, and from it you can also see at the very center of the town, through the river, guarding the river, there is a dominant castle with what seems to be a square in front of it. And yeah, it's a relatively big city. So who was going out with the trader? It was Darius and
I was going to.
Zedaar was going to go as well, just
Okay.
to...
Sure. Those of you who are leaving, Lena says, some of my guild trades, it's better if I do these contacts alone. I do appreciate your company, but I am not, I'm not at risk here. And this is a conversation that's essentially going on as you go through passport control. But if I roll, I do know of some very nice bathhouses near the river, the 3 blocks down from the castle. You won't miss them. They're very. They do roast meat off the bone in like bread as you eat. It's absolutely beautiful. I can also highly recommend the wine here. So but I am going to mainly stay in the markets around the Sky Tower for now. Maybe I'll head on over to the towards Three Bridges district. There is some artisanal stuff that way. Okay, or you do you have something else?
That sounds all right. Just wait. Roast meat at a bathhouse? They serve roast meat at a bathhouse.
Yes, hog's spit. Sometimes what's it called? Oliphant leg. Yeah.
Wait, kebab bathhouse? We gotta see it.
Going. Yeah, no.
We gotta see it, yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind an Othrae kebab.
Yeah, that's our.
I will also point out it is hot here compared to where you have been for the last couple of months. It is hot. We are like, I think Milan.
Fire resistance, I'll be okay.
Yeah.
I just lost a lot of hair. So
Zedaar looks noticeably miserable.
Yeah. Like
wait, don't. I guess
desert.
Oh right.
Cold desert.
Cold desert.
Ruby looks fine. Ruby's quite comfortable.
If I remember correctly,
not.
this one is like Milan sort of temperature wise.
You alright, Zedaar?
Heavy armor and direct sunlight. Not used to this temperature.
I
The inability to sweat. Can you sweat?
He just pants harder.
He doesn't pant. This is a nightmare for creatures like him. We don't have a lot of temperature correction.
Oh no, I thought lizards liked. Never mind. Whatever.
Oh, remember, he is cold dragonborn. They are used to cold temperatures. We could be going through Siberia. He'd be like, "This is a nice day," but this is the jungle. This is
built
like
to keep in heat.
he is overheating. Yes.
It's like peaking. It's like getting a husky, but you live in Arizona.
It's like putting a
Horrible.
saltwater fish in fresh
It
water.
happens, though, unfortunately.
So what?
They're
That's
dying, literally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dying.
If you want, I can cast Armor of Agathis on myself, and you can punch me.
But that'll hurt him.
Why did I cast Armor of Agathis on him so it's cold around
Because
him?
it's a self only.
Sorry,
Oh yeah, damn it.
Fine.
I can say, while we head towards wherever, I guess this kebab bathhouse, can I split off for a second? And I'm assuming, because this is a medieval city with a thriving market economy, that there is probably somebody selling things across, like on the street corners. Can I find somebody selling a sun hat?
Absolutely, easily. There is like peddlers everywhere. Like you can find.
What is the loudest color I can find?
Sure. Vibrant green. It's like a straw hat, but sombrero size straw hat. Lime green, neon lime green, where it's been dyed slightly, but the roots are still fresh. Yeah, it's essentially where it's bleached slightly and gone green.
Okay, I will buy that.
3 copper pieces.
It's fine. That's actually how much copper I had left. So I'll just take my spare change, give it that, catch up to the group. Zedaar, this'll help. This'll keep the sun out of your off of you. It'll help.
You almost said out of his hair.
I
mentioned he's taken to just pouring some of his water skin on his head every couple of minutes just to keep it cooler. And he just looks at it for a second. It's maybe it's just the other day I was given such an amazing and wonderful and thoughtful gift, and now he's looking at what Darius is giving him.
I'm giving you a hat so you can live.
He will begrudgingly take it and just set it on his head.
Thank you. I thought you were buying this for yourself to disguise yourself.
No, don't worry. It's the least I could do.
Quite literally the least, the very least.
Thank you.
I didn't even have to break change.
Okay. So you guys
as a bright lime green sombrero, basically.
Yep.
I really want to see some fan art of this. I really do.
Yeah, if anyone in the community that watches this are an artist and you want to draw shit up, please do. We also have an Instagram account now that we can plug it on. So, do it. We want to see. I want to see a lizard in a lime green hat, please.
Sombrero.
Does it have tassels on it? That's
no. It's more
this
like
is 3 copper.
Yeah.
We'll be lucky if this thing lasts a week.
It's got strands of straw.
Can we put tassels on it?
You've got an artificer. You can put anything on anything.
You can make this thing shoot a gun if you needed it to. To be honest.
But the 3 of you do, if you're not doing anything else in particular, can go to this bathhouse kebab house.
Oh yeah.
Sure. Just throughout the day, we don't need to role play it or anything like that, but just throughout the day, Darius is gathering news on what is going on in the world.
Sure.
And trying to see, with a special mind, just figuring out what's going on, maybe if the family is being mentioned or anything like that. Fairly substantial mercenary company might come up.
Yeah, it's not very difficult. We'll get to
roll anything?
No, I've just rolled for you.
Okay.
Because it's more the fact of
what's gone here.
What's got here.
Got it.
So many you notice it as you're walking around the streets. There is like, you've been in touch with people from the Nardathel before. There are questing nights everywhere, like gathering supplies, shops. You physically see shops like marking up their prices, because on like shovels and random things, as petty nobles decked out in reliquaries and chainmail and weapons and shiny mail, or sort of get their last minute's goods. There's like peddlers' carts filling up with rations, selling off rations, going back behind the house, coming back out, another full cart of rations, but it's with a sign on it says last one's got to go. And like it's havoc in the city today. The news a bad name. The news of war is spread everywhere, and there is a slight undertone of, oh, this is the first time that they've outwardly declared on everyone. What's changed this time? But
yeah, did the Legend ever declare war on Nardathel before, or is this the first time?
Nardathel have been pulled in before because of an alliance chain, but they've never been declared on as a... The thing is, Nardathel's interesting because outwardly they are one nation, but inwardly they are multiple nations. So... Yeah, Holy Roman Empire, exactly that. It's... So, yeah, they are... There's been times where troops from only 2 of the kingdoms have actually fought, but the whole of Nardathel been at war, kind of thing. So yeah,
Questing Knights.
But yes, there are just like
step below hedge knights.
Yeah, there are like hedge knights and all like, yes, there is just penchants, like semi lords, like gearing up to get ready for their great adventure. And that seems to be hiding the dark undertone of there is a war. For now, at least. We're very early on. This is 2 weeks in.
Yeah, this is day 15.
Day 13. Oh no, 13.
You said
14.
15.
It's 13 days to get here. You took 1 day in Legoland. It's day 14. It's 2 weeks. But yeah, the news didn't get here as fast as it did other places. Because yeah, there hasn't been any incursions into Nardathelian territory yet that you know. Give me a quick investigation check as well. In addition to that,
investigation.
This is just additional.
5.
You don't hear anything about your family.
All right, it's a good thing. Should have made that the reverse. I don't want to hear things about family.
But eventually, as you walk the winding streets, the 3 of you breathe in, and greasy street meat like hits you at the back of the throat and the nose at the same time. And you hear relatively raucous laughter coming from a structure that's wooden but has tinted roofs ahead of you.
All right, we had nothing else to do today, didn't we? Just waiting on our trader.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm always going to be looking around, by the way, just constantly on alert.
Sure.
Is that noticeable to the rest of us?
What's your passive perception?
Mine? Lower than Zedaar's.
Zedaar definitely notices. I was asking for yours.
Can I roll it like a performance check to see if
I have
I can
14
keep it under wraps?
14 is my passive.
Okay. Give me a deception check, quick, Valmir. Because
15.
Zedaar, Valmir seems a little bit paranoid.
Is there something wrong?
It's a new city. I've not been here before. Just
We have been to
keeping an
many
eye out.
cities. You have not been this nervous in most of them.
We are
Other
going to a
than-
bathhouse.
Other than Wretchen, none of them have been quite this large.
This place is smaller than
Yeah.
Compound.
In Compound, we got attacked by a dragon.
There's a lot of overlapping
You
problems.
can be honest with me, Valmir. I am not going to judge you.
By the way, this city map is available to all of you in your images. And also in the Discord, just in case.
I'm just looking out.
He's fine, Zedaar. He's fine. Let's be honest. Last time we were in the bathhouse, somebody almost died. I forget who it was.
Me and you, actually.
Oh, right. Well, that would explain why I don't remember. I got hit in the head pretty hard.
But
So-
I killed Joffre in that.
It's weird that you keep track.
It was Lawrence's bathhouse.
Was
And,
that your first kill?
It was.
No.
No, wasn't it?
In
First
the
name
campaign.
kill, certainly.
Yeah. First I
Other than my stepdad, yeah.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's also an interesting detail I continue to forget about you. Is that you've killed family members before.
Stepdad.
Stepdad.
Do not consider him family.
Not blood.
No.
Not blood. That's true.
He tried to get you to call him Dad, but it.
Oh.
God,
that
what
one.
is that? Like, there's a lot of ways that conversation can go awkward. It was like, you can call me Dad, and you just stab him in the chest. Like, it's an actual nightmare.
I
Anyway.
would never, Jerry.
Back in the neck, actually.
Oh.
Anyway, you enter the bathhouse and you are met by raucous laughter and singing, and there is there are like musicians roaming the baths. The baths are like both, there's like hot pool springs as well as individual baths and extra tents. And in the center there is like an open fire with several spit roast animals and a couple of chefs working on them. People like literally there's a bread cart. You go up to a bread cart and you can just walk up and carve off meat. And yeah,
It's exactly what I want when I'm wet and in a bath. Is just a kebab and then cut bread. It's just what it is.
Zedaar has probably taken like an empty basin and is filling it with create water, as cold as he can get it.
Yeah, are any of
But
these
you
baths
could breathe
cold
on it.
water?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Is there like a? Can we special?
There's a cold water plunge pool, yes. But as you enter, you are met by a very, very rotund gentleman, shiny face, bulging red cheeks, human. It's just like, hello and welcome to the Bubbling Squealer. I am Ugo, and this is my establishment.
You're gonna have to run that name by me one more time. Just.
Ugo.
Bubbling squealer, Ugo.
Yeah,
Okay.
UGO.
Yuchia. Sir, we're looking to spend a few hours because we have nothing else to do today. So.
It's 1 gold piece. You spend as long as you want here. Yes.
Do you have a cold water bath option somewhere in here for those of the individuals that are not able to?
Come on in, pay the fee and come on in. We have ice baths, we have hot baths, we have bubbling squealers. It is a place of joy.
What is a bubbling squealer?
Can I make an insight check? Are we going into a brothel? So are we being sold to go to? Did our trader misread what we wanted to do today very badly?
Make an
These
inside
baths
check.
come with company.
Insight check. Yeah, that's the thing. This is insight.
Really inside check. I'm just gonna
Were
ask
they really
outright.
up for cold water bath if this was that sort of establishment?
He seems up and up to me.
I would imagine if they've got a sauna, which I imagine they might, I don't know, then a cold water bath would make sense to have.
Yeah. Zedaar just spends the whole time there. So I've 6.
The only company we offer is the good meal in your belly from a bubbling squealer.
Oh, that is a food option. I was not certain.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking the same thing.
We also offer food bath, where you can join and add to the squealer.
Fuck it. I pay all of us. I give him 3 gold pieces. We can't say, we have to check.
Come on, Ian, go with it. He's like, he is also very overly friendly. So as soon as you entered, he was like arms round, hug, sort of pat the back, kind of. And he is a kind of somewhat slimy, greasy texture to his like.
Used car salesman.
No. It is like
you greasy. You live in a bathhouse.
Because it's so hot, he's just been sweating the entire time, and he's surrounded by grilling and boiling meat. It is just, yeah.
All right, I pay 3 gold pieces. Pay for everybody.
Sure.
I've got the. I need to spend this on something. I can't just keep having a lot of money.
I'm just taking my boots off. I'm gonna roll up my trousers. And I'm sitting on the side of the baths with my feet in.
The equivalent of the kid who just wears a shirt to the pool.
I get in the fucking bath.
Honestly, it's probably more sanitary that way.
Zedaar actually probably would get into the sauna, just because the hot water is a much different tone than the air. But he's definitely taken like a cloth and just set it on his head and just covered it in like ice cold water.
Sure. Yeah, no, you can do that. And to get to the sauna, you do walk past one of the weirder features of this location, which is
weirder.
Which is the pool, which at first looked like a pool on the far side of the thing, which a lot of the raucous laughter was coming from, and it is what looks to be warm gravy.
I knew it. I don't know why, but I knew that was the feature.
There are like there's like cups you can get. You also see people with like their sandwiches coming in, dipping it in, eating it.
Oh my god!
This is a bath.
It's a fondue. Is it a fondue?
People jumping
fondue?
in.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's good.
And this is a bath that people are in.
Yeah.
We can't tell anybody we went here. We can't speak of this. We will be judged if we tell them we went here.
gravy from then, and then you, yeah, and the smell is just thick smells of pork and of
it didn't sound
wine
that bad.
and ale and yeah.
On the way down, it didn't sound that bad. On the way down.
This may not be the first representation we're getting of Nardathel, because we've been in Nardathel before. But could you imagine if we've came to Nardathel and this is the first establishment you walk into? And the precedent that would set.
What kind of medieval society has enough excess resources for a gravy fondue bath?
This explains Ruby a lot, doesn't it?
What kind of excess is this society?
This is what was in the town that burned down. I now don't mind so much.
We can't. Darius is serious. We can't tell anybody we've been here. We can't. This dies with us.
Zedaar is already like checked out a little bit because it's really hot, and the cold compress is making you feel a lot better. But he's just like in that like lightheaded state of like, this feels good, but I'm not home right now.
Not sure if this is real or not.
Yes.
We gotta get our money's worth though, so let's just spend like an hour.
I'm not getting in the fucking gravy.
No, I wouldn't recommend that.
No.
I wouldn't recommend that. But no, let's
like
the regular. There's regular water. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
How do you think they wash off the gravy afterwards?
Bold of you to assume that the gravy's ever been changed.
That's what I mean. That's the wretch I had. Was somebody just like taking a kebab sandwich and just and eating it like out of the.
Oh, wet kebab! No.
You have to remember that. This is a kebab shop with baths.
No eating will happen in this establishment. There's not insurance.
I'm not eating any.
Wanted a kebab.
Don't trust the water.
I'm not drinking anything. Yeah.
I think y'all are gonna be making some constitution checks after you get out of this place.
Yeah, do we need to? Because
I make one when we went in.
I was willing to step into the basically boiling water bath. The sauna is like, no, hot water's the way to go in this place.
No, but as you walk past the gravy bath, I would need you all to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't slip.
It's a natural 1.
Darius is going in. Darius is going in.
I paid for this.
Adam's about not going anywhere near it. Mitch had to have some fun.
I want to point out I have made all of my dexterity checks this session have been 1s.
They have. It's meat toss time! And you see that they start lifting up like the spitted meat and like throwing it towards the gravy bath. And essentially the big Ugo like comes over to Zedaar and Valmir and puts his arms around them, but in the meantime knocks Darius and Darius tumbles towards the gravy bath. Hey, look, he's enjoying it. This is how we add to the shortened flavor. And
it's not even warm. It's tepid. It's worse.
And then Darius as well coming towards you is like half a whole pig that's been chucked towards the spit. It's partially roasted. And it just comes towards you, and there is just the straight, oh dear God.
There's a moment where everything freezes, and I just go, of course.
And you are sent below the gravy waves.
Gravy waves.
Beneath the bubbling Bothral depths.
Is torn between wanting to help Darius and not wanting to go near that.
Don't worry, it is fine. And he takes
help him out and yank you right in.
I'm Valmyr's last misstep.
Ugo just takes off his like chef whites that he's been wearing. It's like an all one-piece chef whites to these like down to nothing, and climbs in and he goes, "Come on, big man, it is fine. Come on up." And you are pulled out of the gravy bath from under the meat. He then picks up the meat, hands it back to the helpers. This is good for taste. Come on. Oh, yes. Do you take swallow? It is great. And he just slurps up and drinks him himself.
No.
So how does it taste?
Vomits.
I need to.
He steps into the side of the room like the hall and just vomits.
Party foul.
It gets to him. I know.
I want to go.
So you spend your time at the
I need to
bubbling
wash.
Sweeler.
I need to wash off.
Yeah, you're washed off. They do have showers
Some
here
things
that
will
are
never wash
like, it's
off.
just this food area where it's a little bit.
What's the word, Midge?
Insane.
What do you want to say? What do you want to describe this?
Gastronomically hedonistic.
Hedonism bot, love this.
Yeah.
Yes, he would. In fact, I think there's an episode where he mentions getting bathed in hot gravy.
Yeah. No, that's the worst part.
But
it wasn't hot. It was only warm. So, which means it's more. It's more.
Yeah,
slimy.
it definitely wasn't hot because when the meat hit, the gravy sizzled. Let's how do they get the name? But anyway, you wash off and you leave.
Shave most of your beard.
Yeah, that is true. That is. It would never
gravy chunks.
Your big gravy chunks.
I have to shave
Pour
the rest
fat
of it.
and gravy inside his beard.
Yeah, you might want to get rid of the rest of that hair.
Just as you're leaving, Valmir pulls a little bit of carrot out of Darius's hair And yeah. Is that all you guys wanted to do today?
It's
He
more
wants to
than
watch first.
yeah. That well, I'm going to assume that was the entire time.
We're also going to be forgetting. Forgetting that we came here.
No, I'm remembering this.
Those of you on the boat, is there anything you'd like to do right now?
What are you guys doing?
Ruby is just pacing, waiting for news. She is anxious, moody, and for the first time ever, not first time ever, but outside of combat, she looks out of control of her normal emotions. Anybody that's close to her, she's just staring at and looking out and waiting, impatient.
Thank goodness Gourd wasn't there.
Huh?
If it was Gourd that fell into that gravy pit.
Oh, that'd be horrible.
Like that. Imagine you, a 6 foot tall cat person. Oh, the gravy.
Actually, Zedaar, give me a quick, give me a quick perception as you leave. Zedaar.
Perception. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just Gourd going,
Natural 1. Zedaar doesn't want to see anymore.
Am I making perception as well, or no?
You can do
need
if you want.
to set expectations with the trader in the future about what.
No, I
we're
don't see
looking-
shit.
what
No,
we're-
you
I'm
do. It's not hard.
staring.
As you leave, you see Moses Moss pass you going in. But yes, those of you on the boat, are you? What are we doing? Gourd, are you doing anything in particular right now?
I'd be, making my normal rounds, I would imagine,
Sure.
for the most part. Probably just hanging out mainly on the top deck at this point. So, would I have come across Ruby and while you're pacing and stuff?
Probably. She's on not the gangplank, but immediately on the brow where everybody would come in, on and off the
Alright.
ship. She's just sitting there waiting for news.
Well, I would have approached you then at some point, seeing that you're visibly anxious, pacing and whatnot. And Ruby, is everything okay?
Huh? Yeah. Yes. Just patience is not my virtue. Nor is self-control.
What has you so impatient?
I did not depart from my home in amicable terms. I don't know the state of things. I have not heard much from those information requests I've put out.
So it's the unknown that is bothering you the most.
Suppose yes.
Well, why don't you try and find out yourself?
I am. She looks off as if that she's really tempted to just fly out right now.
Do you need someone to go with you?
No, if anything happens, I want the Skyfire to be around when it does. I need to trust in my friends that they will act accordingly to helping each other and helping me. Hopefully they're not doing anything frivolous or silly right now.
Couldn't help yourself, could you?
I couldn't.
Some hours pass. About 3 hours later. So about 3 in the afternoon. Trader returns. Comes straight to UZEP. I have made some purchases. The city is racking up the prices, but I managed to use good connections and knows for it. I'm going to be stocking up on various wines and foodstuffs. Stuff that I know will sell well when we get to Korzak. Where's Miss Ruby? I have some information for her.
You would have walked past her if you were going up the.
Sorry,
the
yes, of course I
incline.
would. I'm now going to find Miss Ruby. I have something for her.
If Ruby wouldn't mind, I would probably just kind of hang out near her for the remainder of the time, kind
She
of
won't
waiting
mind.
with her.
She won't mind.
Go ahead, Zep.
I was just going to say, I'll hesitate for a moment, but then I would follow her out as well.
And the three of you that were at, in town may have returned as well in this time, should you wish to.
I did want to say, during the downtime, I made a little vial with a... it's a Mr. for Zedaar.
Nice. Love that.
When I came back, I would have searched for Ruby, but do the thing with...
So, yeah. Sure. Miss Ruby, I had a bit of an interesting discovery when they began asking about Anrayne Sunderstar, as you gave me the name, and what happened in your home. I found out that it is there was a big fire. A lot of the vineyards were hit, but the city is, well, the village town is recovering well, and that Miss Anrayne Sunderstar of the Sunderstar house is residing there and fulfilling her daily duties. She has not been missing, which is confusing because that is you, no? There is no active warrants for someone of that name. There is no search party. There is, by all accounts, she is still there and has been seen to be there. And that, everybody, is where we're going to end tonight's session. So, on.
You don't know how amazing that plot point is, Midge, from what I know about Beth and Ruby.
Well,
you could not have hit that more on the head if you tried.
Anyway, thank you everybody for watching tonight's episode of the Elendor Chronicles. The Component Cast will be back tomorrow night with another episode of Trakoka Nights, but before then, I need to say thank you to the wonderful people that you can now see below me. So thank you to Commissar Roach, Mordred Viking, Lord Lambert, DM Opal, DM Lake, and Kinda Odder for joining me. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Enjoy your gravy!
Bye, everyone.